We are streaming. Let's see if we connect up with the studio. We're lucky to be here at all, as always, and live streaming on. Going to see if we connect. Says the connection is excellent. So we're blessed in that regard. Let's go over to the channel, see that we're registering. And to do that, we go to the home channel. We see if we get, we're lucky to be here at all, as always. Echo, and we've got the echo. Everybody upvote. That's existential. It's a matter of life or death for us at Team Dietrich, for myself in particular, for the algorithm. Now we're going to go straight over to the email. See if we're registering on email. Well, we'll call our man first. Okay. Let's go over to get that infinite call started. Okay. This will help stabilize the situation. Okay. Okay, my dear Aristides, is that you?
It is me.
Excellent. So glad to have you with us. So, okay, how are you in terms of readiness? Feel ready to hit that blurb?
I am fairly ready here. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I mean, that's a good thing, right? I mean, that's
yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay, so it says that we are OBS. Let's see if you register. Say hello again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, OBS.
Yes, OBS registers you. Yes, you're registering on the bar. And we're going to reset the page, see if we get a notification from YouTube that we're live. Haven't gotten that yet, but we should be getting it soon enough.
Yeah, you are, because I just got the notification.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, wonderful. T-Tank Berry says, good evening, loud and clear, brother 100. So God bless you. Love you dearly, T-Tank Berry. Let me answer him while you, you know, do the blurb if you're ready for the moment, up to the task.
Yes. Yeah, just making some final preparations here.
Oh, take your time. I'll gladly hold the stage while you do that with small chat. It has been an incredibly busy last 48 hours, and of course I make certain to get my sleep in. Sleep is very valuable to vampires, and we definitely need our sleep. So that is paramount. It's actually more important than food in its own way. By that I mean sustenance at all, in a very real sense. And all such being said, let's give love and hugs to T-Tank Berry. And here we are. And with that having been stated, we're going to thank him so much for what he made possible. All kinds of things going on. I can't address them in detail due to security reasons. But T-Tank Berry has been, you know, an integral part of a lot that went down the last 48 hours. And it has been a lot. All of Team Dietrich has been involved. Aristides, of course, in his own way. And he's here again now to help us with the opening, as always. So take it away.
Yes. All right. So can do this along with me. You can hit the thumbs up, upvote, like underneath the program window. We all know that universal raised figure symbol, positive one. Anyway, and so please hit that immediately. Don't even wait for us to talk, if possible. And if that is not working, it could be because you're not logged into YouTube. You need to be logged into YouTube to do YouTube things. Fortunately, that's the way it is. Probably a good thing. Or else, actually, it would probably be easier for people to find ways to put, you know, thousands of downvotes.
Don't give anybody any ideas.
Yeah. Well, no, having to be logged in, like you can't you can't just come from the web and just, you know, vote and participate. You have to be logged in. So
good point. Yes.
Yeah. So that's good. And we hope you are either logged in so you can do that. and other things, or that you will get so, and if you've never done so, that you will become so and make an account, or use a Gmail. I believe a Gmail will get you logged into YouTube as is without any new account making, or just follow the prompts and do what you see fit. But Gmail seems to be the native, or Google the native environment, because they're the same company anyway. Up in the corner there, then once you are logged in, you have a little account menu. You can create a avatar or account symbol. If not, it probably just has your initials there of your account until you do that. So if you look in there, there is a things you need to pay attention to are switch account, and that actually, if you have multiple Gmails, you can log in on any of them or all of them, or if you don't or won't, even with your one login, underneath that menu settings, switch account, you can create channels, I believe, underneath your login. Now that is different from your login. A publication that's making a publication channel has a different name, and you can make multiple of them, and you don't even have to put anything in them. The important thing here is all these logins and or channels can upvote independently, and that means you can hit that up. You can just, once this is all set up, you can just go to that little spot there in the menu, hit switch account, switch to a different account, and boom, look at that. I just hit thumbs up again, and I'm just one person. It's just unbelievable, right? But we're going to take advantage of this seemingly amazing loophole to keep upvoting Douglas and the Douglas Dietrich democracy here, where you can vote more than once, and that is because there are a few decrepit junkie bots still out there doing their job and hitting the downvote at the beginning of the program right away, and that skews the algorithm down. That's what this is all about. And not just getting you to jump through little hoops and click buttons, but it's about the algorithm, and that affects how likely Douglas is to come up in search results or suggested content areas, etc., and therefore to reach a new audience and to gain support, including financial support, and we will get to that shortly. So
yes,
yeah, so that is the big long, please like and subscribe, but we haven't covered the subscribe yet. We can do that. You see a button just below that says subscribe. Of course, you want to press that and subscribe.
And remember, you will be unsubscribed, so keep subscribing. Go on.
Yeah. Right. If you ever see that, you subscribe, and if somehow you're stealthily unsubscribed, we'll get to that. You want to check and resubscribe. But if you're subscribed and you see the little notification bell there, the little bell icon, you want to click that. It gives you a little menu. We want you to click all. For me, that puts little emphasis lines around the bell. And that means a little pop-up will come up on your device every time Doug either uploads a video or goes live. And it's pretty much usually only the latter, like today. And you get a little pop-up notification. It's very handy. So you don't have to set a reminder. You don't have to search for your favorites or anything. It just pops up, you click it, and you're here. So that's what that does. And if you go to his main channel page, you would get there, say, by clicking his name just to the side there, Douglas Dietrich in blue. Don't just straight click and click out of here, because we want you to stay here. But on a PC, you could right click and open a new tab, or on a phone, you could I don't know, either open a new window or come back and check it later. And on his main channel page there, youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich, it'll definitively show you your subscription status. So mine says subscribed. So that's where you check that. That's where you actually find all of his content there. The main tabs there at the top you want to look at are videos and live. Home is they just organize it how they want to, but videos is basically older and non live stream stuff. A lot of good review stuff there. And then live is these transmissions that should be listed in reverse chronicle order, or excuse me.
No worries. Believe
You know
me,
what? Yeah.
we're lucky I'm here at all, and I'm only here physically.
First
But
chronological order, excuse me, and including this one, you should see it say live right there. So, yep, these are all of them, and you know, you can certainly find no end of audio content there. You know, you should never have a bored silent day, you know, with all that available. So, okay, so
yes,
like
indeed,
and
yes.
subscribe, and subscribe, and that's the ins and outs of it. Also, you want to share the content, very important, such as hitting the share button there.
Not shitting. Yes. Hitting, yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm
no worries.
Yeah. I'll
dude, we're both lucky. We're both lucky to be here at all. Just
yeah. Hitting the share button there, it'll generate a link for you. You can grab and you can share, and you could grab that out of the browser bar, but I believe hitting that button will help the algorithm, because then YouTube knows that you're sharing it. In fact, all interaction will both help the algorithm and help things overall. You have the live chat there. You're free to participate in once you're logged in. After programs are live and they upload to a regular YouTube video, comments will be enabled below the window. They're not now, but if you're listening on that replay, you can leave a comment that I'm sure will help. Interaction will help, and leave any type of comment or feedback you like, and upvote other comments as well, and that should all help the algorithm and to help Douglas and to balance out the any negatives there. So please do consider all those things, and don't be shy. I really should go back and like some of your previous. You always put a comment that used to pin when you could.
Yes.
But he'll always have a comment below once the program finishes and uploads with his crucial information there, such as his website and PayPal. Please like that, and then what a handy way to get to the PayPal. Let's or we'll excuse me, we'll put it in the live chat now, since there's no comments enabled right now. I want to make that available and clickable, because right now there's no way to have it clickable. You do have it listed on the front, as always, the front image here of the program thumbnail. You see it there, paypal.me Douglas D. Dietrich. You don't have to type all that in. You could just search PayPal, just type PayPal in your search bar, and it'll take you right there. And you could type Douglas D. Dietrich, or you could find the link going into the chat right now. That will get you there. And so yes, if you have a PayPal, that is the much preferred way to contribute. Makes it very easy. And Douglas does actually rely on. It's not like he's got a day job and he just does this for for fun.
Yeah, it's not an avocation. It's not a hobby.
Right. So this is his actual job, as established under the program that is under the 250% for the disabled program.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is acknowledged as his job and his contribution to society, even though he is officially and rightly disabled by all the abuse he suffered at the hands of the powers that be. But
good way of putting it.
Still, he keeps on going. He keeps on going, and if you appreciate that, you can appreciate that, most especially with your financial support. So yeah, that PayPal, Douglas D. Dietrich. If you'd like to use any type of card, credit or debit, but you don't have or don't want to have a PayPal, you can go to the website douglasdietrich.com, and up in the upper right-hand corner, the yellow button that says donate, I believe. Let me go there again. That is a way to contribute without being signed into PayPal, but still on PayPal. It just lets you use a card and send it to him. Upper right hand donate, not the one in the middle. It doesn't do anything anyway. Ignore that. That's
Yeah, the decoy button. The decoy button.
That's an artifact of a different time. Ignore that. The yellow button, you can't miss it. It's the only yellow thing that I see here. So click that. You can use a card to donate. That will go to his other PayPal, his business PayPal. There'll be a slight fee taken out, but if that's the only way you can, then okay. He does need some money in that occasionally for certain expenses also, so that's fine. So there's another option. So you can't say, oh, I don't have PayPal, you know. Well, do you have a card, credit card, a debit card? So you can do that there. You can also, if you click that button, it should bring up a little menu. I'm looking at it again, but I know what it says. There should be an option there for Venmo. You can also, because Venmo and PayPal work together now, you can do it with Venmo. And then once again, then it has the credit card, as I said, and once again, donate with PayPal, meaning being logged in, but you would prefer that you go to the other one, the Douglas D. Dietrich. So, yep, there you go. There's hardly, if you're looking for excuses to not contribute, you know, we're running out here. So, and if you don't have a credit card that you want to use some sort of alternate method, you can contact him. We'll put his email in the chat. Whatever method you might have, I guess, can be discussed, including physical mail of a preferably postal money order, personal check, anything of this nature. But you should give him a heads up that it's on its way. Do not send cash. Bear in an envelope, please encase it and preferably seal it in something, ideally a care package of other goodies. If you really want to send cash, you know, and you don't do have any accounts, and you need to launder some money from some you know, illicit activities, this is an excellent way. And
Yes.
so that's an option. But if you're going to send anything physically, send them an email and let them know that it's on its to look out for that. So there you go. Okay, what else did we not cover?
Footnotes.
Footnotes, a couple other things. In the account menu, make sure its restricted mode is off. If it is on, then you can view or listen to age-restricted content. That is something that can happen automatically on YouTube due to various screening procedures, if not for other reasons. So make sure that is off. We're assuming you're an adult, or at least you're acting as an adult. So we don't know the difference, and we don't know or care whose PayPal or whose checkbook that money comes from, as long as it gets to Douglas. So boomers are dropping off like flies, so you know they got a lot of money. And it's just gonna you know, it's not gonna go anywhere as good as it would here. So yeah, do think of that. What else? Sharing the content. See if you're on a replay. On a PC, you can right-click on the window. One of the options is copy video URL at current time. If you're listening through later on, not during the live, but later on, there's a certain time or topic you want to share with someone, direct them right to that time. That is a way to do that. It'll just attach a timestamp link to the program link, get them right there. Share the program, and if you can at all afford it, please contribute once or repeatedly. If you don't have a lot of money at one time ever, you know, we understand. Most people have an income though, and you want to set up a recurring payment. PayPal has a structure for that you should be able to enable. So please do consider that. And let's see, how many footnotes today? 1, 2. So if you look at the, or wait, no, that's the old program. Sorry. One. Yeah.
Okay. But the new one is registering is on, correct? Oh.
Yeah. What?
Okay.
Huh?
The new program is registering as on, correct? I mean,
yeah. I had a window open of the also the previous one because I wanted to go like your comment.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the YouTube only gives you so many 100 characters or so, I believe, to put a program description, but there's always so much more that Douglas wants to acknowledge, bring attention to. So that's why he will fill up the almost usually a page of description below. You should click see more and look at that. If there's an asterisk in the title, it refers to the specific footnote broken out below. So today it's the Flower Festival, which
Yes.
you
Buddha
can,
Day.
yeah.
Yeah, it's the flower festival of Buddha Day. Yes.
Yeah, right. Well, okay. It's right next to, okay. Yeah, there's a parentheses there. True. Buddha Day, or there's a name for it. I'll let you say it.
Oh,
Hanamatsuri.
Hanamatsuri. Yes, you said it perfectly. You said it perfectly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Hanamatsuri. What does that mean?
Oh, flower festival.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, what do they call Buddha? Like, do they call him Buddha, or do they have another name?
Oh, it's in there. ЩhāKYAMUNI. ЩhāKYAMUNI would be what they call.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, also good question. Do they? Yes. Do they use? Is that the word? So okay.
Yeah. It's the Japanese would call him ЩhāKYAMUNI. That would be the most understood. Obviously a person, an entity like that would have all kinds of names, but ЩhāKYAMUNI would be the most recognizable, the most common. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
See the stuff you learn just by looking at the program description. So just imagine if you hang for the whole program.
Indeed, you learn too much. Some people regret it. Yes. So the only thing I'm noticing that's different is we're not getting an acknowledgement from YouTube by email that we are on, which is the first time this has ever happened. So, but we seem to be
could
on,
be slow. I mean, you're for sure on because it gave me the pop up.
Yeah.
And I'm at the window. I didn't check the audio here.
But that's everyone do give us feedback. You all seem to see we're on. Yeah, you all seem to see that we're on.
Yeah, I hear audio. I won't play it to hear what it's saying, but I do hear audio.
Yeah, and and let's check our call. Make certain we just got some messages from Aaron Tice. He hasn't been on in a long while. We just got some messages from him that there were 2 earthquakes over there in South Carolina as well. He found a Bill Cooper video that had been off of the internet for years, 10 years before the clip resurfaced of Bill Cooper denouncing aliens, which was after he had spoken with myself. Which of course we have evidence for that, which has been presented in the past by Brendan Zogit, who likely will not be joining us tonight. It's been a very busy past few days. And my not getting an acknowledgement from YouTube via email may have something to do with the changes we had to make to my phone number. It shouldn't, on the Google account, which of course Google owns YouTube, and changing our phone number might have changed that, but who knows? It's all we can do is speculate. And if nothing comes up tonight, maybe they've just changed their procedure. Either way, everybody give us feedback that you can hear us, that we're on, and then we'll find out more once it uploads and publishes. So, everybody retain that and download it if you can while it's live. I don't know if that's allowed or if people have the technology to do that. But always make certain, because you never know if it's going to publish or not. We deal with so much.
You can't. Oh, what download? You can't download it live. No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah.
No.
So we'll see how far I go tonight. We're kind of like testing new waters here with new technology.
Yeah, we haven't said that in a while. You can, if possible, if you have the drive space and the ambition, you can download the episodes. There's you can't do it right from YouTube unless you have the YouTube paid YouTube, I believe. But there are free programs out there you can get to do that, and you could even, I believe, change the video resolution so the file is smaller. Although
yes, we'll do that one of these days with 2 different episodes. We got 2 different episodes we need to do that for. One is actually on my old computer, so we may never get to that. That's on the old computer. But at least it's there, so far as we know, unless it gets compromised, the data.
What, the old computer is just sitting there?
Yeah, the old computer's just sitting there. Yeah. And so...
Do you ever foresee firing it up again or no? Like realistic,
No,
your life goes.
only to retrieve that one episode. There would be no other
Really?
purpose. Yeah, from the hard
Okay.
drive. There would be no other purpose that I
You
can think of.
should, yeah, I mean, you should be able to, or even if one day it comes to it and you need to toss it, but keep the hard drive.
Of course. Then we would, ask somebody to remove the hard drive. Yes,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to.
I'm sure you could do it.
With instructions,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, I would have to have
no,
someone
no.
instruct me. And at
Fine.
that point, we might as well just bring somebody over. But all that being said, that's for another time. In the interim, seems like we're live now. Let's enjoy it and appreciate the fact that we're here at all. With everything that's been going on the past few days, believe me, I do want people to know this is a desperate month. It's a desperate month because I had to spend 120 United States dollars last month on it was actually the beginning of this month. It was really the beginning of this month or the end of last month, but I had like $120 left over. It was all that was left over in my wallet, essentially, aside from enough for a supply run or two. And I made certain to put that down into this little printing shop in Chinatown so I could have unlimited tech support until, for the next 3 years. And but there's not much tech support they can provide at this point because I've graduated to a higher form of technology than what they might be familiar with. They might still be able to help, but they're more there to act as a support for my interface with my new service provider, which I had to change from the old Assurance Wireless because the old Assurance Wireless was simply untenable and essentially removed their services by rendering themselves impossible to work with. I can only presume they're trying to opt out of the Lifeline program because they're not offering to replace phones. And they say you need to reapply if you want your phone replaced, which is a monumental task, which essentially I did through paying this company, little printing shop, $120 to reapply for me in to a different service. Now, because of this, I've had to change the phone number on any number of other services. It's a monumental change in one's life to change one's phone number. I'm certain everybody can understand that. But beyond that, I had to get a new cell phone because the only cellular units the little print shop worked with were free units meant to work with this True Connect program. But I needed to transfer the SIM card into an actual functional phone that would have a much longer life, battery life, and actually serve my needs and be useful in an emergency. This other phone that was given away for free, went back, had them replace the SIM card into a different model of their, well, it's the same model of their own phone, but there's only one unit they work with, one cellular unit model. And I thought that the speakers were defective on one, but they're defective on all of them. None of their models simply don't work, so they can't be used. So I had to get a phone that I spent $200 on. It was 100 some odd dollars plus the taxes, plus I had to buy a pair of matching earbuds because without the earbuds it's impossible for a half-deaf person when you're in an environment outside or any environment with ambient noise, which is everywhere, anywhere outside of your home. And the end result was that I spent over $200 there. So altogether over the past few days, I've spent at the absolute minimum $325 on a new phone. And believe me, I'm not complaining. This is a service that should be free, but the free units they are providing are getting worse and worse and more unusable, and that no matter which service you are with. Fortunately, one that was compatible with my new service, the new phone that I bought, is very difficult to hack. It's and I'm not even gonna bother telling people the model. Most computer sensitive people would know at least what I'm alluding to, but it's something that I had to spend the money on because this is a matter of life and death. And it's like when I worked in security, people would complain about the cost of ballistic vests, of all things. Like, really? Like, it would be like somebody getting retread tires. Who would do that? It's like calling an open heart surgeon for the lowest bidder to perform open heart surgery on yourself. It's like, but my dad, when my dad was really young, one of the things he did, one of the first jobs he ever had was retreading tires in a gas station, which is just literally cutting grooves into worn tires. And, whoever would buy that, it's like, that's beyond Darwin Award. That's beyond Darwin Award. Whoever would buy retread tires, and the same with ballistic vests, where they were complaining about the cost. And yes, the ballistic vest industry rips you off. They will say that this ballistic vest expires in 5 years, and they've changed that. They've changed it now to 3 years. They'll say, oh, it'll expire in 3 years, and of course, I would buy a new vest, whatever the expiration date is. I would buy a new vest. And people would say, oh, you don't need to do that. It's good till you get shot. Will you take that shot? Who would stand to take that shot after the expiration date? Yeah, it's probably true. It's good till you get shot. But how insane are you to take that risk? Why? How much is your life worth? So
I'm trying to imagine how they expire.
It's I presume that it's simple sweat would have a lot to do with it. Sweat's very corrosive, and a lot of people really sweat in a ballistic vest.
Yeah.
That would be one factor. I would think rain or other exposure to just and mold, maybe just mold.
Shouldn't, but
and say for instance, if somebody washes their vest, which is theoretically something you could do, which I would never do, but something theoretically you could do. I mean, I would think that would kind of wear and tear into the composition of the materials.
I think you should do. Yeah, good point. It could be. It's that they can't guarantee the performance. I mean, it'll probably still do an okay job.
Oh, you're right. No, believe me. Of all people, Aristides knows what he's talking about. He's a material science engineer. What he says is perfectly reasonable. Right. But who would take that risk? Right. I mean, it's like, you would if you had to. I mean, if you were looting a warehouse and all they had were 10-year-old ballistic vests, then you put it on. Better than nothing, of course. And but it's not something you would voluntarily take a shot with if possible. And all that being said, when it comes to how much is your life worth, that's the way it is with my cell phone. This is why I blew $225. No, $300 now when I think of it. Yeah, $325. $200 for the phone and the earbuds, and $120 bucks for the tech support, and which I never had before, believe it or not. When I was working with Assurance Wireless, there was no tech support. The fact that this little company is working with True Connect to provide tech support it's a godsend. That is all separate from a program that should be free, is theoretically free. Now, the only thing that's going to be free is Lifeline is supposed to be paying for the service. Now, apparently those have kicked in. Those payments, we'll find out at the end of the month what problems there might be. But in adapting to this new service, believe me, it's cost me pretty much everything in terms of discretionary income for this month. I can make a number of supply runs, but my money will I'll definitely need about $300 in contribution this month. So everybody try and contribute, and we'll work towards $300 this month. Everyone, that's needed in order to, make certain that I can maintain myself in supplies. And I'll be at the estates every weekend because the cherry blossom season. We're going to have Cherry Blossom Festival for the next 2 weekends in San Francisco. And after that, the final weekend of the month will be in Cupertino. So, but I do want everyone to understand that because of that, I'll be taking care of as much as possible during the week with Team Dietrich and catching up with Aristides and everybody else. And so all that being said, Aristides, what do you feel is happening domestically and internationally we should be paying attention to? Of course, people do care about you. At least give them a general, impression of how you're doing. And that'll help buy me some time to get into monologue mode,
Okay. I am doing all right. And I'm enjoying these early days of spring where it feels crisp and might feel a little chilly, but by the time you get yourself out in the sun and move around, say go for a walk, you feel warm enough and not miserably hot and sweaty. So it's a precious time, and just try and take advantage of that, going for some long walks and enjoying the weather. So that helps.
Great.
Yeah. Let's see.
That's so healthy for you. That's really healthy for you. I mean, I'm really proud of you. Really proud of you. You need to be doing that. It's good exercise.
Thanks. Well, yeah, right. Well, if you want to ensure that you walk enough, get yourself a dog. Yeah. Or better yet, volunteer to walk someone else's dog because they're probably sick of it.
Oh yeah, they'll give it to you. Yeah, take him.
Yeah.
Take him.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just doing something real quick before I get to I don't know, the news. Well, but we can get to that. What is going on? Well, there's the ever present war, quote unquote war, special, or they can't call it right, or I mean they can't officially call it that. I think
Yeah, it's
I'm
like
sure
the Soviet
Trump
Union. It's like Russia
Special
under Putin. Special military operation. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like so let's put it this way: when it comes to Iran, they've really outmaneuvered the United States. We're worse off than we were pre-war, but then that was always the intent. Yeah, do continue with. There was this incredible article you sent to me. You don't need to even mention it if you feel that that's too sensitive a topic or something that is just so in depth that
it's not sensitive to me, really. I mean,
if you could, how would I say it? Very circumspectly in terms of, like I said, there's terms that can be used that are non-offensive. Not that you would ever use offensive terms, but yeah. Well, is there anything about that article that you can articulate that you feel would enlighten people to a degree?
Yeah, there. Someone did a good write-up. I guess we could provide the link, and I mean, I don't think this is no. Let's just say it says the hidden hand behind Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and that has to do with now he is the Secretary of Defense, right?
Yeah, yes. He claims the Secretary of War, but that's not official, believe me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you did cover that. It's still the Department of Defense. They're just they just call it a subtitle.
Yes.
I am looking up the guy. So it's really is more about the Assistant Secretary of Defense. And that is
wow. So there's something going on with the Assistant Secretary of Defense at this point.
No. Well,
let me respond to different two people. While you're looking that up. Yeah. Thumbslug says, "Hey DD, I managed to drop into this live for a bit while I head to pick up my daughter." Excellent. Well, welcome aboard, Thumbslug. And I don't know if you've been with us before, but you're always welcome back. He says, "You are loud and clear on YouTube." Thank you so very much, sir. Definitely appreciate that. I believe that this is a sir. Just going to check into the channel to follow up on that. Yeah, looks like quite the technician here. He's got all kinds of mechanical... Oh, grind to mechatronics. All right, mechatronics. Yeah, that's incredible. Some good stuff here. And thank you for this. This is well, I'm impressed. But yeah, I have no idea what he's doing, but it looks very mechanical. That's cool. Welcome aboard, Thumbslug. And so his young daughter gets
Okay.
to see homemade robots walking around. And to Vicky Johnson, she says, "Hello, Douglas. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for being you, honey." In order of appearance, I'll answer Mr. Thumbslug and then Vicky, or maybe Vicky first, ladies first. And back to Aristides.
Okay. So it has to do with the deputy, or the number two in the department, Deputy Secretary of Defense. And I was just confirming independently that it said him. And funny, the first page that I searched and it came up was, it is a .gov page, but it's a kind of an obscure one. It's not their official. It just lists a lot of things, and it still lists the former one, Kathleen Hicks, but then I look up and she only went until January 2025. So this is a more obscure page. It hasn't been updated. It's not like the front page. Anyway, but if I look up the guy, Assistant or Deputy Secretary of Defense, Steve Feinberg, and so basically the whole article is about him, and it's kind of, if you imagine how a lot of people observed or presumed that, like, when it was Bush and Cheney, baby Bush and Cheney, that Cheney was the real brains, and Bush is just the talking head up there. And that is, what any shrewd set of people would do, would be kind of put an expendable fall guy up as the talking head and not the real brains behind the operation. That's just kind of paraphrasing the whole article, and he's saying that this guy, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, Stephen Feinberg. Before we get to the article, let's just see what is said about him out there and on good old Wikipedia. He's an American businessman and government official, and he served, as the 36th Deputy Secretary of Defense since 2025 after that other woman. Co-founder and former CEO of Cerberus Capital Management, a very interesting
name. Ominous name.
A very ominous company indeed, not just the name. He was also chair of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board from 18 to 21 during the first Trump administration. So, of course, he's bringing back his favorite guys, and this particular favorite guy, according to Wikipedia, was born to a we could say it, right? I mean, it says right on Wikipedia.
Special interest.
Born to a family of certain Levantine origin.
That's very good.
And raised in New York, and see, blah blah blah. What did he do? Some kind of college. Doesn't what's it called? Bachelor of Arts in Politics. Anyway, so he goes on, and he, goes through, of course, enters and begins a vast and varied and convoluted professional career with much success, of course, due to his natural proclivities there. At 32, he founded Cerberus Capital Management, and so basically, let's skip over to the article. So this company, basically, the guy put it really well. Basically the company, it's one of these companies that ends up kind of at the junction of the classified military world and the corporate world. That does, and so that's a pretty unique and position. Let's see. What Cerberus did over the following 3 decades was something the financial press struggled to classify. It was a private equity firm. Those words in itself are just scary. But one with an unusual appetite for distressed and politically sensitive assets.
Wow.
It acquired, let's say, Alamo Rental Car, Albertsons Grocery, Air Canada, a controlling stake in Chrysler, the financing arm of General Motors, It hired former Vice President Dan Quayle as the chairman for a while, former Treasury Secretary John Snow. It trained soldiers through its military contracting subsidiaries and financed hospitals through its healthcare acquisitions. By 2024, it managed between 60 and 70 billion in assets. So, yeah, right, yeah. Feinberg himself remained almost entirely invisible. In 2007, he reportedly addressed Cerberus shareholders with a warning that has since become something of a founding legend in private equity circles. If anyone at Cerberus has his picture in the paper and a picture of his apartment, we will do more than fire that person. We will kill him. The jail said. What? So in other words, the people who are pulling the money strings in the background, they don't want their faces up there at all. But yeah, finally this guy becomes Deputy Secretary of Defense somehow. And by the way, he's like a billionaire.
Of course.
Because, these are the guys, right? It must be that once you've made more money than God, like you're just like, I just don't need any more money, and I want to turn my life selflessly to public service. Right?
Yes, people. Of course, yes.
Undoubtedly. Oh, and okay, all right. Let's get to the good stuff. Let's see. And let's get to the dark details. Some people are familiar with in 2012, Adam Lanza.
Now, where do I remember that name? Adam Lanza.
This was Sandy Hook.
Mm-hmm. That's right, the Sandy Hook shooter. Yes, go on. That's right.
A much discussed and debated event. We won't get into all that, but let me see. He used a Bushmaster, AR-15 type rifle, and the weapon being manufactured by a Cerberus subsidiary. 4 days later, Cerberus announced it would divest. It never found a buyer. Let's see. In the 11 months following, sales of the Bushmaster rifle surged as politicians debated restrictions on firearms. Of course, they're like, oh, now we want to ban these. So everybody, people are like been thinking about it. They're like, well, I better buy it now.
Yes.
And let's see. And Freedom Group, maybe that was their subsidiary. Anyway, they couldn't. They swore they wanted to get rid of that company, but nobody would buy it, and then they made a bunch of money because people bought more guns. Eventually they filed for bankruptcy, which is funny after they made a bunch of money. Oh well. burdened by nearly $1 billion in debt that its private equity owners had loaded onto it. Like, how? What the fuck? It's all like that's just like a negative form of money. They're just like, like, okay, the company was doing fine, but until they loaded a bunch of debt into it, who invents this shit? Debt is money. Debt is money, right? Money isn't money. Debt is money. Debt is money. Burdened by, oh gosh, I don't. There's all sorts of these complicated ways they manipulate things. I don't know. Somehow, despite this success, they found a way to bankrupt the company. All right. So pattern repeats with basically a healthcare. They acquired a hospital chain, and Massachusetts hospital chain. Extract a bunch of profits, $800 million over the next decade, including some other trickery and dividends, and then exited it, and so they find a way to just sack it for all a company for all its money and leave it in debt.
Wow.
And say they left a 31 hospital company saddled with $9 billion.
Milk it till it dies.
Yeah. Right. So it's like a parasite that goes to the next thing, bleeds it dry, and leaves it dying and in bankruptcy with $9 billion in liabilities owed to 100,000 creditors, and then they file for bankruptcy. And of course, a lot of people. Of course, it was mismanaged and all this, and a lot of people died in these hospitals. But who cares?
They sure don't.
Okay.
They sure don't. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's
Oh.
this guy's coming, right. So moving on, let's see. Tier 1 group, a Cerberus subsidiary, trained 4 members of the Saudi Royal Security Detail that would go on to murder Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. If I'm saying that right.
Yeah, you are.
Khashoggi.
It's right as it can be said. Yes, you did.
Yeah, and you have discussed this before. You know well who that is. Inside the Saudi consulate in Istanbul in October 2018. The training conducted under State Department approved license included all these things, a lot of training. 4 men trained were among a 7-person team drawn by the Rapid Intervention Force, an elite unit that answers to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And this is Salman, and this is this is Saudi, which I believe there is I could find another thing that isn't this where the royal family is not what they alleged to be?
Well, this is what I've always have people understand. It's a little as brief as I can make it. Just please, everyone, understand that next door neighbor to Israel is a nation almost no one ever hears of, the Kingdom of Jordan. And the Kingdom of Jordan has been around, of course, through all the original wars and all that, but nobody ever speaks about it anymore. But the Kingdom of Jordan is the final holdfast, the final haven of the Hashemite dynasty. And the Hashemite dynasty are the direct descendants to Muhammad, the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him. And so His Highness, the King of Jordan, is in that sense also referred to by many Arab believers as His Holiness. But he is someone who originally, his family were the guardians of Al-Makkah and Al-Medina, the holiest sites of Islam, the first and second holiest sites. And they were basically, through a series of wars, pushed back further and further from all that they ruled, which was the entire Arabian Peninsula, what was once known as Arabia Felix. And as they were pushed back to that tiny little holdfast that they have today, it should never be forgotten that they once ruled all of Syria, all of Iraq, and all of the Arabian Peninsula. That was all their lands. And they were replaced by the British with a filthy clan of camel jockeys that were basically camel thieves. It's the Arab equivalent to horse thieves in the Old West, which was the dirtiest, lowest, filthiest thing a man could be. Is anyone who was a horse thief was instantly hanged on the spot if caught. And that was because if you steal a man's horse, you steal his life. I mean, he'll die. He'll die without his horse. That a horse is the only thing standing between a man and death in the Old West. And that law is translated in modern Texas to your car. Without your car, you can't get to work. Without your car, you could conceivably die, and your car is your last resort as a home. So if somebody is a car thief, you are invited in Texas. It is quite legal to shoot them. You have every right to shoot somebody who you catch stealing your car. So this is how a lot of murders are committed in Texas. They claim the guy was stealing their car. But all that being said, they took these camel jockeys who were viewed by Arabs in that same light, and they made them the holy family of all Islam. The Brits did. And that was because everyone hated them, and therefore they would be entirely dependent on the British for their life. If the British stopped supporting them, everyone would lynch them and tear them apart, rend them from limb to limb, because they're posiers, they're pretenders, and they're not the true royal house of the House of Saud. Their name is Saud, but they are not descendants of Muhammad. And they're false. They are the producers of false Qurans. They produce a false brand of Islam called Wahhabism. And the Wahhabists, they're the real radicals that have been poisoning Islam and politicizing it for generations by now. And what was the other thing about them? Their name, Saud, which people think is a race or an ethnicity. Just remember, that's just the name of a single family that has imposed its will on everyone beneath their rule. And so the only people who rule in the House of Saud are members of the family. it would be like if England were no longer England and it were referred to instead only by the royal family's name of Windsor. Like everyone had to say they're Windsorite. Oh, I'm not British, I'm not English, I'm Windsorite. Or in America, everybody had to say we're Halliburtoni because of Halliburton Company, which runs our economy. We're all Halliburtoni. Halliburton America, or Windsor, England. That's how stupid the name Saudi Arabia is. It's not an ethnicity or a race. It's a fucking family. And so there you go. That's so we got to get them out and put the Hashemites back in before there's any justice or restabilization in the Middle East. But of course, we'll see what happens with everything that's being done right now to destabilize the Middle East. Great changes are inevitable. So, back to Aristides.
Okay, well,
yeah.
And I think there are some allegations that the scoundrels who are in charge there, let's just say, originate from people who were not originally Muslim.
Yes, there is that. I have heard that. I have heard that.
We won't say what they might have been, but it would be another faith popular in that area.
Yes, that's true. That there is that. And I don't know enough to pursue that right now at the moment. But yeah, I certainly wouldn't be surprised.
It would take a lot to track that down, but that is something I've seen a number of times presented in various ways. So there's that.
Yes. Yeah. And
which would be consistent with these other things. Anyway.
Yeah.
So, okay. So somehow this guy, his company was involved in, the killing of
Jamal Khashoggi,
Khashoggi, the journalist, in these people's, let's say, in the Saudi consulate in Istanbul. So, okay, going here. So, and
by the way,
their subsidiary.
Continue. I was just going to bring up some horrible details.
Their subsidiary paid a paltry sum of some $22 million to settle two separate Department of Justice fraud actions. It's having to do with Iraqi subcontractors. So they were involved, not just in that killing, but in some other things in there, with having to do with contracts. With Iraqi, police forces and etc. I guess after we took charge of Iraq, I guess.
Yeah. Wasn't that a fiasco?
Yeah. So everybody gets their contracts. All the big guys and their buddies get contracts, and a lot of stuff is done through.
And nothing was built. And we never got oil. We never got oil.
What we didn't? Where'd it go?
Nothing came out of it. It was strategic area denial. They just kept all the oil in Iraq and never pumped any of it out to keep the prices up. That way, the House of Saud could monopolize the oil. It was all done for the House of Saud by suppressing Iraqi output. It never got to the market, so then they would just, make certain that the Saudis could manipulate the prices and everything else. There you go.
So they didn't pump it out, or it's just we didn't get it?
Yeah.
One or the other.
It's both. It's both. They just kept saying, that's why all our contractors are over there is to fix the plumbing, right? The pipes. And, nothing ever got fixed. And nothing ever started pumping. And so it's, why are you there? Well, we're there to prevent the Iranians from taking over because they're supporting the Shiites. And, it just goes on and on. But honestly, it was like that was one of the Kellogg, Brown and Root, KBR. Kellogg, Brown and Root was over there, and they were doing all this quote unquote construction of schools and shit. Oh, we're rebuilding Iraq. And that was such a scandal. It's horrific, and there was like literally human sewage pumping out of electrical sockets when people turned the lights on. Literally human shit coming out of fixtures where light bulbs should be working, and instead of electricity, it was pumping out human shit, and the light bulbs were exploding, and human shit was flying all over the students. You'd think it was some sick joke, but this is what happened multiple times in different buildings and schools all over Iraq. And so talk about not fixing the plumbing, or rather fixing it, yeah, in a different manner than anyone ever would imagine. It's one of these things that I'm just left aghast. It's so depressing. It's just such a depressing story. It's hard to dwell on because but anybody can look up what I'm saying and look up. Oh yeah, what about oil out of Iraq? Why didn't we? I mean, if oil were coming out of Iraq, we would have been like, we wouldn't have needed to have started developing shale oil. America instead wound up developing a domestic oil industry. Impossible to do so without Canada, of course. But we were doing so in communion with Canada. I guess I don't know how to say it. A kind of cooperation that went to the border of, sharing each other's spit. We were sharing each other's bodily fluids with Canada. And then Trump started spitting it all out, and Canada understandably got pissed. But until then, things were working as well as it could, considering. But it only was turned towards that because we weren't just taking the oil from Iraq. Nothing came out of Iraq. And a lot of it had to do with we threw around so much depleted uranium, it just wasn't safe to work there. And so a lot of people didn't want to work there because they didn't want to get radiation sickness. Which was what everybody called Gulf War syndrome, Gulf War syndrome, which for those of you who do not know, and Aristides definitely has heard me say this before, it was originally GWIDS, our Gulf War immunodeficiency syndrome, and then they changed it to simply Gulf War syndrome. And understand that Gulf War syndrome is a legal fiction. That doesn't mean these troops aren't suffering. They're all dying of radiation sickness. But they had to create a legal fiction in order to get them treated at all because the government would not admit to radiation sickness. So they created the legal fiction of Gulf War syndrome simply so their symptoms of radiation sickness could be treated for what that's worth, which is almost nothing. Yeah, other than they get killer benefits. But then they're already killed. So it's kind of like, I got killer benefits till the day I die, but I'm dying really soon. It's just horrible. The whole thing all the way around is just horrible. And that's why a lot of people in Dubai get radiation sickness, because all the wind blows across the Persian Gulf, and so they get it in the Emirates. Emirates get a lot of high leukemia, cancer. Kids are born with leukemia, blood cancers, because of all the radiation constantly blowing from Iraq. And now they'll be getting all kinds of other diseases due to inhaling all those, what do you call it, carbofluorocarbons or something? Carbofluoro.
I mean, I think it's not even so much the depleted uranium is very radioactive. That's why they call it depleted, because it's been mostly depleted of its. But itself, it's just so incredibly toxic. It's like, how
Yes.
They would worry about like lead poisoning, right? If your baby like ate lead from your old house, but imagine it's like lead on steroids. It's like,
yes,
yeah, it's just and of course these munitions, whether it be the various types, they would hit stuff with this, and it wouldn't just be this, slug that just, it would like, of course there'd be like vapor and dust going all over. So very distributed into the environment.
Yeah. And to validate everything Aristides has just said, you could sleep on a solid block of depleted uranium, and so long as your epidermis is intact, meaning you had no lesions or pimples or open sores, so long as you had an intact, healthy epidermis, your own skin would be enough to protect you from sleeping on a block of depleted uranium when it's inert. It's the combustion of it that causes its danger. But they were burning that shit when they were dispensing of weaponry, when they were firing it, when they were dispensing with it. That shit's burning, and that's how it got everywhere. And everybody's getting dusted. It's
right. Yeah, it's the dust. Yeah. Exactly. So wonderful. So
I'm sorry, that's all. If you don't laugh, you're gonna cry. Oh, well, you're doing wonderful. You're doing a wonderful explanation of all of this.
Well, let's try to wrap this up. Anyway, this guy who is the second to, everybody knows Pete Hegseth is, but Nobody ask anybody who the number 2 is there. They'll probably just draw a blank. But anyway, it's this guy who gets served by usual corporate cronyism. Let's see here. This guy, Feinberg, his name appears in the Epstein files at least 20 times. His company, Cerberus, 360 times. So that's your scorecard these days, is how many times you appeared in the
Epstein files.
Epstein files, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Those documents. Let's see. Some were linked to. Let's see. Various banks. Deutsche Bank, known to have dealt with Epstein. Let's see. The Project on Government Oversight reported that emails in the Epstein file suggested Epstein maintained an active business relationship with Cerberus Capital Management. Well, he had just about active business relationships with all of them.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so this guy is a real mover and shaker behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's the point. Is the number 2 guy, this billionaire involved with these, military contracts and sucking companies dry, and and then let's see, his formal entry into political life came in 2016. Served on Trump's Economic Advisory Council first time around with Trump, after let's see, donating nearly 1.5 million to pro-Trump political action committees. Let's see, I'm trying to skip through here. In 2017, Trump tasked him with conducting a review of U.S. intelligence agencies.
Oh God, why him?
Of course, that's the guy you want to ask.
I was about to say, what are his qualifications?
Yeah, I don't know. And then let's see. From 2018 to 2021, he served as chairman of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board. Chairman. There was a position that placed him at the intersection of Wall Street and the classified world without requiring Senate confirmation or public testimony.
Good God.
Interesting.
Interesting. Disgusting.
Yeah. And then December 2024, Trump nominated him as Deputy Secretary of Defense.
Of course.
In March 2025, the Senate confirmed him 59-40. Shortly thereafter, assumed oversight of day-to-day Pentagon operations.
Oh, Jesus.
Because I guess that's what the deputy does. I guess so. You would think that's what the main secretary does, but
no, he's too busy being cheerleader. But go on.
Right, that's it. That's how it works. The main guy's a cheerleader, and it's the second guy who does all the work, and you don't know his name. Let's see. In the Senate confirmation hearing, that was the only extended public record of his policy views. What emerged from the portrait was a man who had thought carefully about American power and concluded that it was insufficient. So, just the type.
Yeah.
Let's see. Basically, all too happy to join the warmongers there, and just kind of skimming through here. Okay, it's his main concern. Let's see, counterterrorism, of course, the free flow of trade, enabling regional partners and allies, and preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
Of course, the evil Iranians. Israel has all kinds of nuclear weapons.
Well, they're somebody I saw. It was a newspaper article from like 30 years ago. From Israel that said, Iran is about to produce a nuclear weapon, so they've been doing an okay job of preventing them, but
all this time,
all this time they just been on the cusp. They're just barely holding him back from producing a weapon. Keep up the good work, guys.
Now, tell me about this ceasefire. How can there be a ceasefire They keep saying, "Oh, the
Okay.
ceasefire is under strain, under
Yeah.
strain." I mean, when the
Oh yeah.
Israelis are
Well, okay.
bombing,
Yeah, we could try to we could try to wrap that up. Of course. So he become he unequivocally supporting Trump with his efforts there. Let's just. Wait, here we go. Feinberg now oversees the Golden Dome for America. For America, wait, it's a 175 billion program modeled on Israel's Iron Dome. Well, I hope not, because that ended up not working too well.
Actually, in all fairness, considering the number of missiles fired,
Yeah,
but then
right.
again, you have to take into account it's not like the Iranians are high tech. That they're a high tech culture and economy right now. So,
Right.
They're throwing bottle rockets. But yeah,
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Right. Yeah. But right. Yeah, exactly. They're if you throw enough $1,000 missiles that are intercepted by $1,000,000 missiles, eventually you clean them out. Which is actually a very good tactic. But so yeah, so of course all this type stuff. Phew.
oh
Okay.
my God.
He wants it. Yeah. So he wants an Iron Dome for us, and um, let's see. At least 4 companies awarded contracts for Golden Dome. Would that be theirs or our or the proposed?
No, theirs is
Our,
Iron Dome. Israel's Iron Dome. We're Golden
oh,
Dome.
that's right. Iron Dome. Iron Dome. So Golden Dome is the Trump one, of course, right?
Yes, of course.
Right. So at least 4 companies awarded contracts for Golden Dome are owned by his company.
No.
We won't list them here. That doesn't matter. Which wow, yeah. And Feinberg pledged to divest his holdings upon taking office, but he has an agreement that let's see, permits him to continue to basically getting services, but not he has to supposedly divested financially, but he still gets like accounting and healthcare services, and some people still question that. And I guess you can afford to divest when you're already a billionaire. Right. Yeah, I mean, that point, it's not about you making money. It's about you now making sure all your friends make money. You can be like, oh, no, I'm not benefiting at all from this. Because it's time for the next guy. So anyway, some people, think there's a conflict of interest there. And let's see. There's some other stuff. This company holds 14%. Some of the debt in a country suing the government. It's not real important. So he hasn't spoken because it's not his job to speak. He hasn't spoken on the current operation. But it's the guy sums up by saying, this is all paraphrasing this guy's article. This is fun. The arrangement is singular in its audacity. A man whose financial empire has been stained by state-sponsored violence, institutional collapse, and proximity to notorious trafficking networks now occupies the second highest office in the DOD amidst a widening war with Iran. This paradox is not a malfunction of the system. It is its design.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Washington has long depended on figures like Feinberg, architects of capital who treat state power as another distressed asset to be liquidated for strategic gain. There you go.
Thank
that's
you.
that number 2 to Higgs. Right. So there's all this, I think it's just nothing unusual about this. That's how businesses run, and these government war.
Actually,
as if this is shocking. Anyway.
So I want to thank you for that. You've certainly purchased me enough time to get ready to go into monologue and proceed to suck all the oxygen out of the room. We're going to go straight into monologue tonight, probably, because we don't see anyone else jumping on, and we might as well just dive into it, and
Yeah.
we'll see how long I can last.
Well, the
But
ceasefire is not like,
thank you.
it's always been, Trump's been given this, you got till tonight. Well, no, okay, it's tomorrow night. Well, okay, it's actually it's next Thursday. And it's all this kind of dancing around, and we got an agreement. And of course, then Iran's like, we don't have any fucking agreement. What's this guy saying? And then, of course, anything, if there were to be an agreement, Iran always wants terms that are simply going to be unacceptable, and then right after let's say a tentative agreement, I think Israel struck Lebanon, but then said, well, that doesn't count because XYZ, because that's Hezbollah. That wasn't Iran. It's like and something of that nature. So I don't think so.
No, but this is the insanity of what we're talking about, because the reason Israel said they're attacking Lebanon, which is an operation in ethnic cleansing, is because Hezbollah, which hides among the people, is, in their own words, an arm of Iran. Mm-hmm. But because they're bombing Hezbollah as opposed to geographic Iran, they're somehow not breaking a ceasefire, while claiming that they had to bomb because they claim Hezbollah is breaking the ceasefire. It's such, this logic is so circular. This is like an Israeli pretzel. We'll call it Israeli pretzel logic. But we can bomb, but we can still say it's a ceasefire. Obviously, they broke the ceasefire, and this is the madness of the world we live in today. We live in a world.
That's some pretty convoluted reasoning, but these are people that think they can transmit their sins into a chicken. So
culture. It's the culture that thinks it can transmute its sins into a chicken.
Yes. Right. They're cultural rituals or whatever.
We are joined by Holly Kiefer. Honey, welcome aboard. Say hi to Aristides. And
thank you.
Yes, tell us how you're doing, because people do care about you personally. And cut loose before I suck all the oxygen out of the room. By all means, cut loose.
Well, I wanted to thank Aristides because that was most fascinating, as well as terrifying. Tonight's headline.
Thank you for that. He deserves that recognition and acknowledgement.
Yes, he does. That was a good one. You caught a big fish.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I want to remember that guy's name, and I'll bet tomorrow he'll be in the papers. You watch.
Interesting.
Like it or not, it always happens with the show.
Yes,
but
it's true.
Célébrates, is that not the three-headed dog that guards the underworld?
Tell him, Mary.
Cerberus.
I believe it is, without looking it up.
Yeah. Well, beyond that, honey, it is the three-headed guard dog of the underworld who lets you in, but you don't come out.
Right. That one, I guess it's true of certain religions, but there's only hell. Their afterlife is, just a big drag.
Yeah.
Maybe
actually,
not torture, but
what's interesting about that is when I grew up, the understanding or potential misunderstanding, I don't know, I've never really pursued it, was that the ancient cultures of the Mesopotamian region, which we know more about than most, that they had an idea of the underworld was that it was like a gray shadow of our living world. And in my first near-death experience, that's what I saw, was more of like a shadow of our living world. And believe me, it wasn't pleasant. It was, it was just like, I've described it before. We don't need to go into that right now because that takes us into supernal territory. But in terms of the idea that other people had, like I've heard this before from different people trying to quote unquote hash out Jewish culture. And they said, oh, well, all Jews go to heaven. But I know for a fact Jews had a concept of hell called Sheol. And
Sheol,
Sheol, And so in terms of that, we also have a Gehenna or Gehenim or it's different pronunciations. I'm not sure I'm doing it directly, the right way dialectically, but it's Gehenna or Gehenum, and or what was the pits out there, the burning pits of hell that the sewage, burning pits of sewage. They'd burn their trash and their human waste and excrement. They'd burn it all in a place, and they said that was their original vision of hell. It's what some anthropologists claim. And but either way, we do know that there is a Jewish concept of hell, and that and they meant hell, like a place of punishment, actual torture or suffering, endless suffering.
Okay.
So there was an idea of that. But other places, it was more like, when you die, it's no fun because it's just a shadow of being alive. And,
It's just gray. Because
yeah.
what you saw sounds like what Robert Monroe saw, the Journeys Out of the Body guy that got swallowed up by the CIA.
And what did he see? What did he see?
Just
Describe it.
a mirror world, but gray and just kind of lifeless. I mean, people walking around and stuff, but it was kind of what you're saying, just bland and flat.
I think mine was
Nobody was crying and nobody was excited, kind of thing.
Mine was a little more
Hellish.
Let's
Yeah.
put it a little more intense than that. But matter of fact, okay, since everybody's already sending me tell us.
Okay.
Okay. Strange, circuitous story, short as possible. And I'm not going to get into the part of, well, I might as well. I mean, okay, again, I'll make it as brief as possible. Basically, when I first told this story to V, she conflated the narrative in such a manner that I guess she really wasn't following it. So it might be a hard to follow narrative. I can understand that. But it starts off with school and beautiful little girl, my first crush. And she was going to grow up to be a Barbie doll. And she grabbed a budgie in front of me, a bird. We had little animals on display. We were supposed to learn about respect for life, animals, stuff like that. And she grabbed a budgie in front of me and killed it while screaming, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And threw it down on the floor at my feet. And then all the adults came, and she pointed at and screamed, and they automatically assumed I'd reached into the cage and killed the budgie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
that's a young psychopath in the wild, born that way.
Could be. I'm sure there was a lot of environmental influence because now I didn't know this for years. I never knew what happened to her. I do know that it impacted my life with another primal trauma that was a really bad start. And but it was only later on, after I died or was killed, that I found out more about her. And for a very strange reason. Basically, it was when I was in a hospital, which, as I've explained before, takes a little bit of explaining here so people get it. Some of the best doctors, my general internal medicine practitioner today, Dr. Chung, is one of the best doctors I've ever had. Great doctor, great guy, very much a cooperative doctor, very much on my side. I consider him supportive. Nothing bad to say about him. With Asian doctors, and this means Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese, generally speaking, you're going to get a very professional doctor, and but in some cases, unfortunately, because they don't really have a choice, in Asian culture, it's basically you're going to be a doctor or an accountant. They're not really into producing lawyers, and they're not really into producing sports people, but sometimes you get that. Sometimes you get sports people, sometimes you get activists. The Asians are not monocultural as people might think, but generally speaking, you're going to be a doctor or an accountant. And when you become an accountant, it's not just an accountant. You're going to be a CPA, a superhero accountant. You're going to be a super accountant, a tax attorney, something of that level. If there's any law,
you're going to get rich.
Yeah, well, you're going to be in a profession that will forever ensure that you will be
prosper.
upper middle class, which is the same as being rich, which is the equivalent of being rich. But when it comes to maybe some of them will go into finance, but they're usually not that, really innovative. It's more like rote learning, and then a ability to carry out that rote learning almost mechanically the rest of their life, reflexively. So in some cases, a lot of resentment builds up. And like I said, this one tragic case, I forget her name, I'd have to look it up, a Vietnamese girl who was not academically very good, and she wanted to get into ice skating. She wanted to get into sports, but her parents said, no, we want you to be a great mathematician, and you have to learn all this math and become an and they said, if you don't get 100% scores on your test grades, we're disowning you, and we're going to throw you out in the shade. They meant it. They meant it.
God,
Don't do
it's
that.
torture.
Yeah.
A little kid. That
Yeah.
is such torture. Now, a sports career would have also been, but never mind.
Yeah, of course.
That kid,
Right.
there was no hope for her.
Yeah, but she got her boyfriend to kill her parents, and believe me,
Ooh.
I'm on her side. I really am on her side.
I can certainly understand it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, her father survived and had her arrested and put in jail.
Wow.
So it's like, but this is like how bad it can get. So Asian families, it's like you're going to succeed and there is no choice, and you're going to be what we choose. There's no choice in your life. It's just, it's just from the moment you're born. You're going to study, you're going to go to school, you're going to be a doctor or an accountant. And so when it comes to some of them rebel and they get quite neurotic. I saw one example of a Chinese female MD who had graduated from medical school and very shortly thereafter fell into senile dementia. And her daughter was taking care of her because, it was something there was never any development of her brain in any creative sense that allowed her to. And so she just fell into senile dementia. It was like all her life, in her entire life was just, and to show how bad this can get, it was like when Beaver's aunt lived upstairs. His aunt lived upstairs. And when his aunt, who just, all she ever did was flog her kids and tell them, you're going to succeed, you're going to go to school, you're going to get high grades, you're going to succeed. And so when later she died, and then her kids came to collect various things, nothing personal. And Beaver said, hey, there's all these boxes of photographs that she took of you all the while you were growing up, you and her. And they said, throw them away. Both the brother and the sister said, throw them away.
God.
He said, you sure? This is like, you're not getting these back. It's like, this is your chance to, you throw them away. God damn it. It was like, they wanted nothing of the money.
This is their chance now, you hope.
Yeah.
I hope it turned out okay for them.
Well, they're left bitter adults, who always have that scar from, to them, all mother was just get up, study, and all that stuff. But this is how bad it can get. In the case of one Asian doctor, Chinese, who was, when my lung first collapsed, when I first experienced lung collapses from exposure to cyclosodine nerve gas in the Gulf War, my lung collapsed, and when I had been dishonorably discharged, I couldn't be treated at the VA. I was taken to UCSF, and the young Chinese doctor whispered in my ear, I'm going to kill you. And then he killed me. He shoved in a chest tube to reinflate my lung so violently, like he was Captain Ahab spearing or harpooning the white whale. He jammed that chest tube into my lung so violently he collapsed my other lung. So when he collapsed my other lung and no oxygen is going to my brain, I died.
Checked out.
Violently.
Again.
Clinically. Yeah. And again in my life. But this was the first time I actually had a conscious memory of the death.
Ouch.
And on the other side, the entire landscape was very similar to downtown San Francisco, which is the most congested city in the United States of America outside of New York City. So very similar to San Francisco, a lot of tall skyscrapers that were obviously empty. They were not dilapidated to the point of collapse, but they looked like shells of skyscrapers, and between them were supermassive spider webs, cobwebs
Wow.
that were just this is what the landscape was, and all of these shades of people, just like shadows of people, going through all these parked cars. No real traffic that I could remember. It was more like
Mhm.
all cars were parked. All cars were parked. It didn't look like an abandoned road of cars. Like cars weren't abandoned in the middle of the road, but they were all parked on the side. But
Mhm.
shades going in and out of the cars, going into the buildings, like trying to live a shadow of their lives, trying to relive what their lives had been. And most everybody, all their lives are is work. That's your life, and this
Yeah.
was their existence and death. And
Mhm.
the only time they would congeal in terror, like congregate in terror and try and bunch into buildings all at once, would be when one of those spiders would like casually toss like a web strand down to catch a number of them up like flies to
Ow.
bring it up for the final
Oh,
death. Yeah, bring them all up for the final death.
that'd make it pretty dystopian.
Yeah, the death within death. The while I was looking at all that in awe, so no other word for it, and that's where we get the word awful. You're full of awe.
Right.
And yeah, it's a negative connotation, but I was
Too
looking
much.
yes, I was looking at all that in awe. The girl, appearing to be older than I knew her, maybe about a teenager, about the age of a teenager, showed up, who had killed a budgie, and all glowing. Yeah, like looking really hale and hearty and glowing, and like she didn't really belong there. Like she was self-aware, aware this was not an environment in which she belonged, and nor
The
I, and
hospital.
started pushing me, slamming my
Oh,
chest.
no, you're in your dream still. Okay.
Well, I was in near-death experience, honey. It's not
Yeah,
dream.
no, I
I was
understand.
clinically dead.
Shorthand. You
Yeah,
understand. Your
yeah,
afterlife experience.
yeah. And so, well, she starts slamming my chest with both hands really hard, like pounding with both her fists at my chest like it was a door, my
Uh-huh.
torso. Then that's when I reanimated. And
Wow.
well, I had to find out what had happened to her after that, and I found out that she had been sexually abused by her parents throughout her life, and she had killed herself. So
Oh.
that was yeah, that was but I guess she felt she
But
owed
did
me
she
something.
come and help you? Yeah.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
came and
She
helped me,
pounded you back to life.
and yeah, pounded me out of that
Wow.
environment. Yes.
That's a trip.
I did wake up to, of course, the paddles, but that's still it was synchronous. It was
Still.
synchronous, but still.
Why her?
Mhm.
And when I say dream,
Yeah.
in many contexts, it's not like what is usually a dream, like it's all me in there.
Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that. And
Now, I understand there are at least certain schools of Islam
yeah.
where when you die, you have to have learned the names of the 100 demons you will
Hmm.
face and have to pass to get to
Yeah,
I
those
forget what
must
it's
be
called
like
at the
really
moment.
hardcore. Yeah, probably. Sounds
Paradise.
almost Sufi. Sounds almost
I
Sufi.
thought it was school kids, like
Yeah.
it was just a general
Could
thing.
be in some cultures. I mean, by that I mean some Islamic
Because yeah,
areas or cultures. Yeah, I could see that. Do me a favor. Aristides? Oh
Yeah.
yes. If you can join Holly in a convo while I've gotten one of those eyelashes has fallen into my eye. I need to. It's an eye wanker that I need to get rid of because it's excruciating. So I need to put my
oh
eye
yeah,
under the running water. I'll
understood.
be right back. So
Understood.
yes, if you two could hold the stage, I'll be right back. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Hey.
Boy.
Oh God. Oh God.
What else?
Um,
Anything? Any
I
lighter?
don't know.
Any
You
lighter
got a
news?
second headline lined up? Yeah, ain't no lighter anymore.
Right.
Oh God. Let's see. Um.
Well, I can start scanning my
Yeah,
list
take a look.
here.
How's the weather in the meantime?
It's nice. It's variable as you'd expect in spring. Between
Oh yeah,
cool.
stuff blooming. Nice.
Yeah, stuff's blooming, and some days, some days you need a jacket, some you don't, and
The crickets start
nice.
up?
No, that's usually
Not yet. Okay.
no.
Too soon.
But
Too
it's
soon.
nice. It's crisp, and nice to go for walks, and
Sure.
when it's sunny, and once you get yourself moving, it doesn't really feel cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, keep looking, because there were a couple.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's see.
Stupid Trump and the kids actually losing money on their Bitcoin ventures. I mean, they get money and they throw it away.
I don't even pay too much attention.
Oh, my life.
Too much attention
it was
to
just,
that.
You know, big surprise, right?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
I mean,
let's
Trump
see.
never did make an honest deal in his life and pissed away his family money.
Yeah. Let's see here. Trying to stay away from the main war stuff. We can wait for Douglas maybe for more of that.
But yeah, that Hex's stuff was great.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. Yeah.
They're trying to keep the poly markets out of war betting. Good luck with that.
That just seems to be a big thing now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm wondering? Because I was under the understanding in Israel that as soon as things were wrapped up and settled down in Palestine, he was going to have to face election again, Bibi. And so now I'm thinking he's in Iran. That just gets pushed off indefinitely.
Probably.
Because the thinking is they can't wait to vote him out of office for like years now. And after all his convictions.
Right.
And criminal
well,
ones.
what was it? I think the judge in charge of that mysteriously died.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right? In Israel. Okay.
Yeah. Right. His corruption trial.
Yeah. So how long? How overdue? Because I think it's unlikely that Trump would stretch this war out to fuck with the midterms and do the war powers thing on it. But it seems to be working for Bibi.
Okay, I'm back. So what's working for Bibi? Not his dick.
I remember hearing that, you know, he's not that popular in Israel. Not that that makes them any less warish, but nonetheless, has so many multiple convictions. How he still got elected this last time is beyond my understanding. And the whole deal is he was dragging Palestine out because as soon as that wrapped up, quote, quote, he was going to face election. But now he's leapfrogged to Iran. I wonder, I mean...
and into Lebanon as well, but go on.
Yeah, so he can just keep jumping those stones forever.
Yeah, well, that's the idea. That's the idea. He's in eternal wartime.
And it's working for him. Yeah, it's working for Bibi. I don't know what Trump's going to have to do.
Yeah, well, it works for Bibi until it stops working for Trump. That's the Bibi is entirely dependent on Trump. So you have to think of it more as it's kind of like we switched presidencies and prime ministries. You know, Bibi is really the president of the United States, and Donald Trump is prime minister of Israel. Really,
because Biden served him hand and foot.
Yes. Oh, yes. I could never understand how Troy felt that Biden had somehow stood up to Netanyahu.
Changed his mind. Yeah.
That's not what happened.
And that's what they're saying about Charlie Kirk, too.
Yes. And yeah, well, yeah, we got to be careful of even mentioning that individual's name.
Do we still?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry, what was the last few words there?
No, I say, do we still?
Oh, yeah. Well, just to be cautious for a while. Yeah, for a while.
Okay.
For maybe a few more months. Yeah, maybe a few more months. I'll explain later. I think I explained to you before, but I'll explain to you later in a private convo, you know, give you all the details. But yeah, it's it was one of the reports that was filed was about Charlie Kirk. when I
Well,
devastated
okay.
Charlie Kirk. Yeah,
Yeah.
and they said that I was
Right.
basically, yeah, saying bad things about Charlie Kirk, and that was,
Partying on
yeah.
his.
Yeah, yeah, that's yeah, which was not partying. I mean, even though I'd
No,
be happy to dance on it. Anyhow, let's not
that's
get
what
into
I'm
further
saying.
trouble. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah. At any rate,
I mean, you
uh,
better not crack a smile over
yeah,
that shit.
yeah, you can't. Yeah, that's
Oh
for a
no.
while yet. That's give it a few more months though. Just and this has to do with the YouTube dynamics of how they're
Sure,
working.
sure.
Like I said, I do.
Sure.
Yeah, I didn't even get a email from YouTube saying we're on tonight, which I always do without fail. I get a YouTube saying that we're, YouTube email, saying that we're on. But that didn't show up tonight, so it could be because I've changed
God.
the phone number on the account. But everybody seems
Uh-huh.
to hear us, and so hopefully we'll upload. We'll find out as soon as we publish. And then if we publish,
Uh-huh.
it just means that maybe they've changed what they do. It could be because I've changed the phone number and somehow that glitches, how they process.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
but YouTube is definitely subsidiary to Google. So all
Oh
that
yeah.
having been
And
all,
they're stuffing the AI into that background administrative stuff just as fast as they can.
yeah, yes,
So ain't no human making decisions
yeah, she's right.
just as fast as they can.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
it's done. It's so deep. My God, it's infiltrated every aspect of society over fucking night
No. Yeah,
as
definitely.
in the beta test stage.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, it's a frightening world. So what else is on your mind, honey? What do you think we should be paying attention to domestically or internationally before I go into monologue?
Let me see if there's anything.
Hmm. I mean,
We
you
talked
sent us
about
some.
Israel.
Mhm. You sent some interesting links. Yeah.
Oh, just the one about,
Mhm.
oh God, don't get me started. My Tourette's will jump out. How, it wasn't like it was a big shock. I've watched Trump do this all my life.
Mhm.
Get money from someplace and fire hose it
Mhm.
out into complete loss, as he did with his father's fortune, who I believe ran from Germany, right? He'd
Well,
gotten in some trouble over there, the dad.
well, Trump, as far as
I
I
think it
understand it,
was
yeah,
Germany.
yeah. Well, Trump was originally German. Their family's German, which Trump always denies. And the reason why was because Trump had very much a familial need to try and ingratiate themselves into the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant community, which looked at Germans as just migrants. They looked at Germans as like on the level with Italians and people from Poland. They looked at them as Eastern European migrants that were undesirables, that were beneath the. I mean, when you take a look at what H.P. Lovecraft thought the master race was, it would be pinch-faced
Yeah.
New Englanders. Yeah, peach-faced
Yeah.
New Englanders, basically. That would be his concept of the master race. And so when it comes to Trump, the family was dealing with that. And Trump, and this bears saying, so it's another convoluted little narrative. I'll try and make it as brief as possible. But they came to it was during a combination of the gold rush days, in the aftermath thereof. California had pretty much established itself in the glow of the gold rush, but they went towards the Pacific Northwest. And the Pacific Northwest was booming because of the Filipino American War. So when the Americans launched the Spanish American War and went to war against the Spanish Empire, every other element of that war was really quick and easy. Taking of Cuba, taking of all of other Spain's colonies, Puerto Rico, all of this was quick and easy. What fucked it all up was the Philippines. That became America's first Vietnam. And that became affiliated with heavy drug use. All the GIs getting hooked on opium and massive genocide. The greatest concentrated genocide the United States has ever committed in terms of a kind of anti-Muslim, anti-ethno-religious action against the Muslims in Mindanao. They killed 3 million Filipinos, all Muslim, and they killed hundreds of thousands more of Catholics in the north. And ultimately, a Catholic Filipino named Leon Cholgaz killed the president of the United States. He came over to the United States, hid a firearm in his arm cast, saying he had a broken arm, claiming he wanted to shake hands with the president, William McKinley, and blew his brains out. And they instantly dissolved the body in acid. People can look this up, just to hide the fact he was a Filipino, because they couldn't have anyone know that a Filipino, a Catholic Filipino, had come and killed the president of the United States on September 11th, 1901, 100 years to the day before 9/11, 2001. September 11th to 1901. If you look up the official site of the White House and the historical site where they talk about the assassination of William McKinley, they will not give you the date. They won't give the date September 11th, 1901. They'll just say, oh, he died in like the week of, and they'll say some period of days in 1901. It's not like it took him days to die. The guy died instantly.
Right.
And his assassination was the model for the Koreans killing their own American dictator installed by the United States, William Bull. He was like, I confuse him with the cigarettes of the name Būḍḍhā, but I believe his name was William Durham Stevens. And William Durham Stevens was this American dictator who was installed in all the Korean Peninsula. He ruled all the Korean Peninsula. The Americans invaded Korea in the First Korean War, and they overthrew the monarchy and installed a white guy, William Durham Stevens, as their dictator. And two Koreans used the same trick just days later, after the Filipino guy took out the U.S. president, and they blew away Durham Stevens right here in San Francisco in front of the ferry building. And ferry building is like in ferries that go across the bay, not ferry as in cosplay or, some kind of gender orientation, just so people know. At any rate, this is just backup and validation for what I said about the arm cast being used as an assassination technique, which the Asians were using then to get rid of American overlords. And but after the President William McKinley was assassinated, America's Philippine counterinsurgency began. And that's when they wound up killing 3 million Filipinos who were Muslim, 3 million Muslims in the Philippines, aside from the hundreds of thousands of Roman Catholic Filipinos that they killed. So the Americans had this royal fuck up in the Philippines. And after this cock up clusterfuck, all the guys saying, oh, it pains me so much to kill all these women and children that I gotta do all this opium. So basically all these motherfuckers come back and they're all a bunch of genocidal maniacs who are completely socially retarded and cannot be reintegrated into society because they're literally mass murderers who've raped and killed women and children so often and so much that they're no longer really humanly accessible in any fashion that would be constructive. So the Americans
couldn't get good heroin over here.
Yeah, and couldn't get good heroin over here, so they're all in withdrawals. So the American government said, give them Washington and Oregon. So they gave them Washington and Oregon. And then what happened was that Warren Gamaliel Harding became president, who, believe it or not, if you ever look at the poor son of a bitch, you'd say, wow, man, that's the ugliest son of a bitch I've ever seen. But believe it or not, he was fronted as the presidential candidate because he was viewed as young and handsome in those days, which goes to show you how much our sense of aesthetic has changed. He looked masculine. They thought he would appeal to women, which was important because Americans had just given women the right to vote. So he became president in the first election where women were given the right to vote. And who knows, maybe they found him attractive or masculine or something, but he looks just like a balding old man. And this guy, to his credit, he defeated Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who had led the World War I campaign on the American front. And yes, there was an American front in World War I. It's not some fantasy created by Harry Turtledove. It was Haiti. The Americans
Oh,
invaded Haiti, and under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was Assistant Secretary of the Navy, who went well above and beyond what his position even required, and in fact, did the incredibly stupid. It would be, he's supposed to be administering, helping to the Secretary of the Navy administer the Navy from a bureaucratic perspective. But he personally led the charge into Haiti so he could get combat experience to prove he was a fighting president, because he wanted to run for president. And
a
while
real
he's,
man.
yeah,
Yeah.
and he slaughtered blacks down there, committed so many atrocities that William Gamaliel Harding, who was a known Klansman, used that against FDR. He said, "I'm a Klansman, and I would never kill as many blacks as FDR." He
Mm.
said, "I'm a Klansman, and I would never torture black children like FDR." That was, to his credit, that also helped him win the presidency. If anything,
Mm.
that's what got him the woman's vote. It was not his
God.
looks. It was his saying that I wouldn't rape black women and kill black children like FDR does. And so when he won,
The
Brendan,
butcher of Haiti.
yeah, the butcher of Haiti is how FDR was known. By the way, we're joined by Brendan Zogit, and welcome aboard. And he's welcome to
Hey.
speak, interject whenever he feels like it, and by all means. So just to finish my thoughts with this, this is where it all wraps up. So when Warren Gamaliel Harding became president as Klansman, he said, all Americans, Italians, people of Polish descent or ancestry, Germans, Irish, all of you can become a real American if you just join the Klan. And so the Klan membership exploded.
Oh,
And everybody trying to prove that they were an American joined the Klan. And that's where Drumpf got his Klanhood. So what happened was he was German, and he had went to Washington and Oregon State to open up bordellos for all these psychotic GIs because no woman would marry them. So the only sex they could have was with prostitutes. So he brought all these hard women who could handle psychotics. And he said, look, we're dealing with mass murderous, genocidal, maniacal drug addicts in withdrawal, and who's up for some money? So all the hard girls who could handle it went to work in his bordellos. So he started a whole chain of bordellos in the Pacific Northwest to contend with this influx of psychotics who were given land after the Filipino counterinsurgency. And they all lived happily ever after. And in the meantime, to prove he was a real American, not just some German pimp, he joined the Klan. And that's how Trump, who is born in, New York, or whatever test tube they bred him in, he picked up this Southern lost cause ideology because his whole family had been part of the Klan. And to identify
and the
as
states'
American.
rights thing.
Yeah, and yeah. And to prove that they were all Americans, they all put the hoods on, even though his father was totally German and spoke with the accent and everything, just a German pimp. But they changed their name to Trump to be more Anglo. And then Trump learned to hate his German background, ironically, and become a white supremacist of the Southern Confederate band. So he became like a Klan white supremacist as opposed to a neo-Nazi white supremacist. So that's So there we are.
All American.
Yeah, all American. Yeah, we're all American. Anyhow, Brendan.
Well, it was kind of like common knowledge all my life that the father built his vast fortune entirely on government contracts and subsidies to build neighborhood housing. I mean, first, I'm sure they bulldozed the neighborhoods to build apartments for everybody to live in Brooklyn. And he built so many and stole so much that he amassed a very significant fortune. But the family still couldn't touch Manhattan. Yeah, and the dad didn't much care. So Trump always had it up his ass to get a building in Manhattan. Because then he could be really part of society. Yeah, which he never was.
Yeah, that's his thought pattern. His whole life is an inferiority complex.
Exactly.
Yeah, his entire
And
life.
as his niece says, he's one way or another been institutionalized his whole life
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
by the
Yeah.
family, by the schools. He did have to go to military school, believe it or not. And a series of institutional handling. He never had to, go buy a loaf of bread.
Of course not. Of course not. And at Thumbs Log says, it is an epic deal to have to change numbers. Think of all the two-factor authentication accounts you have, like Google, etc. Indeed, yes. So I said,
Boy,
and
it
he
is
says,
daunting.
tell me you didn't get a whole new number. Retread types is peak capital. Retread tires, because I spoke of that earlier. Retread tires is peak capitalism. Gunpowder and moisture airbags in cars expire for some reason. Yes, same reason as the bulletproof vest. He's talking about the ballistic vest. And he says free tech support in call is crazy good. He says, I bet they are dog shit though and can't take anything. Now that's a little harsh. I'm not gonna argue.
Did he say what causes it in the beginning?
He says, put
with
the
the
link up in
airbags and
chat
stuff?
if someone can, please. What causes airbags to expire? Well, like we said, it was we said earlier, moisture. It's basically
Sweat.
moisture. Yeah, sweat.
Moisture.
Yeah, and put up the link in chat if you can, please. I have a spare $20, but it's something. And he says, yeah, Marcus from years ago back in the day. Okay, and so he said, yeah, building a bipedal robot using Fusion 360 CAD program and 3D printing everything, self-learning everything myself. He's got all these robotics on his channel. He says, it's been fun for me at least. I see electronics as the last magic that exists. Everyone uses it, but almost no one understands how it works. Yeah, so true.
True that.
Yes, so...
And he's got a big-ass 3D printer.
Yeah, so...
Fascinating.
Yeah, Aristides, could you do me a favor and put up the link again for my PayPal, please, in the chat? And address it to Thumbslug, if you could be so kind. Aristides? See if Aristides is there. Because I can't link myself.
Okay, I think I caught that.
Yeah, thank you.
Put the PayPal on me.
Yeah, yes, at Thumbslug, if you would be so kind. Yeah, thank you so much, Aristides. And yeah, let's now when it came to what we were saying about all of that takes us back into a whole new world of where we were at. But we were speaking about oh yeah, the other thing to bring up about Trump is real family fortune before the father. I guess it was simultaneous, but the real family fortune came from his uncle, John Trump, the engineer, which I've spoken of before, as you remember, correct?
Mr. Titanic.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not arguing with you, but why are you calling him that? What was his affiliation?
Oh, because I thought he was... you told the big story about him and the sinking of the ship.
Oh, no. I was talking about other people involved with the sinking of the ship that many people conflate with Tesla. And it
Trump's uncle.
Well, Trump's uncle, Dr. John George Trump, or John G. Trump, who actually was not really a real doctor. It's very bizarre. He might have been a bit of an autodidact. I believe he might be the credit equivalent of a doctor. I'm not trying to, take away from his accomplishments, but he was definitely an American electrical engineer, professor. So I guess he ultimately did get a professorial doctorate at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. But he had an incredible series of academic careers that sometimes can be quite autodidactic. You'd be amazed at how some people in the old days, in particular, you just didn't even need to be a doctor, and you wound up like dominating a field. But when it came to, thank you so much for that, Aristides. Thank you so much for putting that link in. But in the case of John G. Trump, what happened was that when Nikola Tesla, who basically was in the middle of World War II, they insisted Nikola Tesla help them use his technology for what was called Project Rainbow, what became known publicly as the Philadelphia experiment, after it fucked up. And the reason it fucked up was because Tesla was not there to help them with using his technology, to guide them.
Man.
Yeah. And the reason he wasn't there was because he refused to work with the United States government against his own nation. Now, understand, Tesla was Serbo-Croatian, and both Serbia and Croatia have been at war many times in history, and in World War II, they were engaged in a life and death struggle against each other, with Croatia on the side of the Reich and the Serbs on the side of nationalism and independence under a man known as, oh my God, it's been so many years. I can't believe I've forgotten his name. It's not Milosevic. It was someone else. Okay, General of the Chetniks, leader of the Chetniks, leader of.
Is one more Muslim than the other?
No, neither of them are
Okay.
Muslim. Okay.
Okay.
Mikhailovich. So Draža Mikhailovich was the leader of the Chetniks, and because he was fighting the communists under Josip Broz Tito, Josip Broz Tito was Croatian ethnically. He claimed to be Yugoslav, meaning Pan-Slavic. So he was someone who tried to disavow ethnic roots, Tito, to claim he was a pan-national communist. So with all of these factions fighting each other, in order to finally get supply, because the Americans on the side of the Soviets chose to supply Tito and the communists, that means that Draža Mikhailovich had no choice but to work with the Italians and the Germans, ultimately against the communists. And then when the communists swept over Yugoslavia, then Draža Mikhailovich was executed. But in terms of the
and he was the Serbian, right?
Yes, he was Serb. He was Serb, whereas Tito, the communist, was ethnically Croatian, but did not identify with Croatia. He identified with Pan-Slavism, supposedly. And the Croatians, otherwise, were fascist, 100%. They were all the way. They were not a satellite of Italy. Their king was the Duke of Spoleto from Italia, so they had an Italian king. But their leader was a fascist who was known as the Peglovnik. And the Peglovnik was, oh God, what was his name again? The name of the Peglovnik. Peglovnik of Croatia. Croatia. Been so long since I dealt with any of this. Okay, Ante Pavlić. And Ante Pavlić was the leader of the Ustaše. And the Ustaše was an entire movement. You see bullshit on YouTube where they say, oh, this was a unit. Like a unit. Like, no, it's not no fucking unit. That would be like saying the fascists were a unit. It's a movement. It was this whole fucking movement in Croatia. That was the fascist secular political arm, but they were simply the paramilitary arm of the Vatican. Remember when Mussolini took over Italy, he couldn't touch the Vatican, and so he couldn't touch the papacy, and so they became an independent city-state. But they called for the anti-communist crusade. And so Ante Pavlić's Ustaše, they had a policy of ethnically cleanse or purge 1/3 of the population of Serbs, forcibly convert 1/3 of the population of the Serbs to Roman Catholicism, because they were all Byzantine Orthodox, and exterminate 1/3 of the Serb population. And they carried that policy out with a vengeance. And the largest concentration camp in all of Europe was Jasenovac, where 1 million people died in a single concentration camp alone. 1 million people died, actually over 1 million. But also the Croatian nuns ran the only concentration camps in Europe for children at Duvno and Luvnitz. And wait a second, those are the occupied places in fucking Ukraine. God, it sounded just like that though, wasn't it? No,
and that was in the late 80s.
Yeah. No. That was in World War II. In World War II. Yeah.
Okay.
But in terms of Croatian concentration camps for children,
because it went on that fight long time.
yeah, oh yeah, well then, in the late 80s it all restarted.
Yeah, yeah.
For children
With a
run by
vengeance.
yeah, the children run by nuns. Okay. Now, did I get that right? So it sounds suspiciously like the places occupied by the Russians in Ukraine. Okay, let me see now. I'd have to look it up in my notes. Children's concentration camp, Jastrobarsko was one, and Shishak. So at any rate, all of that having.
I presume they were running some kind of factory.
You mean like
the
child
kids
labor?
were-
You
Oh
know,
yeah.
yeah. Serb children had been brought there. Yeah, Jastrobarsko, and the other one, so that's one of them. And but these are the names of the camps themselves. I'd have to look up the location. Yeah, the children's concentration camps in Croatia, the only camps of such kind during World War II. The Ustaše government established 2 of them. Okay, and so let's see now where they
At least running farms or something.
well, yeah, it was Banja Luka, Sladkovac. Yeah, no, wait a second. No, this is where the Sladkovac primary school. They're just relating atrocities. So we'll get into that later. But the point was, the U.S. government called Tesla and said, "You're going to help us with Operation Rainbow." And Tesla said, "No, I don't want to participate in your full spectrum dominance because I want to remain neutral in this conflict." Because he sided with both sides. He was Serbian, half Croatian, and he felt that Croatia was his fatherland while Serbia was his motherland. And so he said, "I must remain neutral." And,
which is reasonable.
Yeah. And they said, "Well, we deprive you of your U.S. citizenship." And so he was deprived of his American citizenship, and that's when he killed himself. So when he killed himself, the Office of Alien Property, which was the same office that was in charge of stealing all Japanese property, that when they put all the Japanese in American concentration camps, then sold children of Germans, Japanese, Italians, and other Axis ethnicities out of Crystal City, Texas, they basically sent in the same Office of Alien Property to steal all of Tesla's property. Now, his nephew smuggled out everything that wasn't nailed down. But whatever was left that was too big to move, at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where he killed himself, that was where someone we know, Brendan and I, used to rent the room for weeks at a time just to shroom out and communion with Tesla like an idiot, and felt that he was a reincarnation of Tesla. Yeah, this idiot. He felt he was a reincarnation of Tesla.
Must have had some money, too.
Yeah. Akhenaten. Yeah, through all his drug dealing. Yeah. Akhenaten. He thought he was a combination of Tesla, Akhenaten, and Bruce Lee from all their past lives. He had all the bases covered. Nobility, physical prowess, and intellectual capacity. What a clown.
He sounds like a tech bro prototype.
That's funny. All he was an extra
in a sad way.
Yeah, he was a film extra, and he was one of the assassins attacking John Wick.
Making any money?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, well, that's drugs. He made all his money from dealing drugs.
Yeah.
But he was one of the assassins
in the business. Yeah.
Yeah. He was one of the assassins attacking John Wick. Other than
fascinating.
Other than that, he was a busboy of all things, a busboy. But so this,
and like the wall had a thing for the Waldorf.
Yeah, well, yeah, but when George Trump, Trump's uncle, he was this engineer who was sent to oversee whatever was left of Tesla's and decide what the military could use, what the government could exploit. And he said, "It's all shit. It's all shit." He said, "Nothing's worthwhile here. It's useless." The man was insane. It's all hype. And he stole everything and sold it piecemeal as his own inventions.
Dirty bugger.
That's the source of the Trump fortune.
Right. I figured Tesla must have killed himself because he knew that he'd never get loose of the U.S. Army.
Yeah. Well, that's
and
you
and
felt right. I
turning
mean, that's
his
exactly what I said. Yeah.
miracles. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
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 And so it's getting through my cranium. But
Yeah.
besides how hard, I thought he did time in prison,
No, you're
but
conflating
maybe
that
that's
with
Reich.
Dr. Wilhelm Reich, where they
Reich.
killed him.
Yeah,
Yeah, they took Dr.
yeah.
Wilhelm Reich,
They put him
Mr.
in a dungeon.
Yeah, and they killed him. They killed him in prison. Yeah,
Yeah.
horrible. You need
Okay,
to
but
read the book written
Tesla.
by his son. His son wrote a book.
Oh, wonderful. Huh.
Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, that's very readable.
Interesting.
Yeah, heartrending.
Oh man.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to Tesla. He knew
Yeah.
they would fucking rape him up one side and down the other.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's what they
enslave
did all
him.
his life. That's what they did all
Yeah.
his life. Yeah.
So he protected, hopefully, the world by dying with his greatest secrets.
No.
We
What
can only
happened was,
hope.
what happened was his nephew, who had brought everything back to Yugoslavia, what he brought back was basically became the technology of the Third Reich. And then when the partisans took over and basically captured what they could, that was given to the Soviet Union. So Tesla technology was brought to them by the communist takeover of Yugoslavia, where they have a Tesla museum. And
Yes.
yeah,
I've been to the one in Colorado as well. It was pretty
Yes,
rinky-dink.
yeah, but nevertheless, thank you for reminding me.
But that was
Yeah.
scalar weapons, right? Coming out of Soviet Union.
Yeah, yes. What the Nazis used was combined with their anti-gravitic technology, or their technology that was used towards the Flügelrad, and the perhaps some towards Die Glocke, or the bell bomb. But they got enough to be useful to them. Everybody seemed to have exploited a different part of it, and then the Americans
Sure.
used whatever they could steal. So in terms of, but it wound up with the Third Reich and the Greater Sowjetunion and the Americans all stole from Tesla. But as for
Like 20 years ago or more, for a little while,
you know,
online there was some site that was providing his complete plans for free.
wow. And
And I
take it that's
neglected to
gone.
download it at the time. It was like hundreds of pages,
No doubt.
which is costly to print out,
Of
but I
course.
was like, oh, it'll be there. I'll keep it on the internet
Oh, that's a good one.
for when I need it.
That's a good one. Anyhow, Thumbslug says, donation done. Sorry, it's not more. The conversion is nasty from Australian to United States dollars. Thank you. I appreciate that very much, Marcus.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for
I'll bet,
returning. Yeah. And so Marcus was driving his daughter to and from school, because they're like 17 to 21 hours ahead of us in Australia, depending on your time
Right
zone. Which Australia's got
right.
Australia's got like what, 20 time zones? Yeah, Australian time zones are not just lateral, they're horizontal too. It's like they got it all. Yeah.
I went there once.
Yeah, it's a hard place to live. Yeah, it's
I
like,
went to the wet side. It was kind of like one big Florida.
there you go. There you go. I like it. Yeah.
But I haven't been to the desert.
Yeah, well, what's there to see, right? Big ugly bugs and snakes and shit. What the fuck? I
Wow.
mean, why would you go? I mean, to the desert, I mean. So yeah. Then again, on the beaches, you got those flesh-eating shrimp and shit.
Everything's poisonous.
Yeah.
You can there's something that hides right under the sand on the sandy beach that if you step on it, you're dead in 20 seconds.
Great, thank you. Yeah, remind
Place
me
is
not to
terrifying.
go. Yeah.
On the sand,
Yeah.
up above the waves.
Yeah. Great. That's
Yeah, great.
So after all we said about Tesla, what else were we bringing up? There was a number of other things. and
Yeah.
let me thank this
That
individual so much on.
digressed.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in a
Uh,
good way. It's fantastic. Oh, it was Trump, I'm
Yeah.
afraid.
Oh, that's what I was going to say about Croatia. Just so people understand about
Croatia.
During World War II, Croatia was a Vatican satellite state, and the stormtroopers of their crusade were the Franciscans. So it was the Franciscans who were really participating in the genocide in Croatia. And
Really?
this was considered the last major crusade of the Roman Catholic Church, was World War II in
Oh,
Serbia. Yeah, and fighting against the
that's a
Orthodox
nugget.
Church. Yeah.
You
And
won't hear anyplace else, folks.
they were never bombed because the Vatican paid America protection money not to ever bomb Croatia. So Croatia was never bombed throughout World War II. And instead, they bombed the Serbs, who were their allies, because the Vatican City State paid America to do so. So the man in charge of bombing over the European theater of war was a prostitute who acted as a mercenary bomber force for whoever paid him enough, in this case, the Vatican City State. So he bombed Belgrade, the capital of Serbia, their own allies, for the money from the Vatican, which sided with the Third Reich. So how's that for a nugget?
A gigolo, you say? Wow.
No, prostitute. Yeah, gigolo
Yeah.
would mean he's pimping out. He was definitely pimping out his forces, the American Army Air Corps. Yeah. And,
Oh,
mm,
oh no, no place else.
yeah,
This is it. If you blink, you miss it, folks.
yes, that's right.
So you can't go to sleep until he does.
Mm. And here we are. Thank you so very much, Marcus. And got that in there as an entry for him. Marcus, oh yeah, we'll hyphenate that. Marcus Thumbslug. 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 And so, honey, what were you gonna say about Trump again? What came to
Oh,
your mind?
nothing. I remembered that launched the travel you just took us on.
Yeah. Yeah,
Back
there
to
we are.
Trump's family line. Yeah.
There we are. And so back to Brendan. Brendan, now we see you on the call. Hey, how are you? Come on. Show us if you can talk. He's been through hell.
Poor guy.
Well, so have I.
All my best.
Yes,
yeah.
I mean, well, shit, yeah.
Yes. Oh my God, what happened now? What's going on?
Oh, just the same old shit, you know.
Yes.
Dealing with cryptids and fucking rando.
Lurking in the schoolyard. Oh boy.
Oh, yeah, well, we're not going to
Worse
say.
than that.
Yes, it's worse. Oh my God, did you make it back to the warehouse safely to your storage unit?
As best as I can, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Oh my God, so thank God you're safe. So I don't know if you read the chat room, but the chat room, Marcus in Australia, who used to follow us back in the day, he's come back. He's building like little robots for his daughter and shit. So congratulations to him.
Nice.
He goes by Thumbslug now, and Thumbslug said, "Don't tell me you changed your number. Now you're gonna have to change your two-step verification." And maybe that had something to do with the change in YouTube. Normally, every time I start a program, sends me an email saying you're live on YouTube. They didn't do that tonight. So it's do you think it's because we changed the two-step verification number that might have confused YouTube, being a subsidiary to Google? Or we seem to be on, and you
No,
seem
I think it's just it's not on the right email. So you just got to switch back to the other email or something.
Mm.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Good one.
Okay, we'll talk about that privately then. We'll talk about that privately. And
But it's-
that's a thought. Oh my God, that's a thought. Let me take a look at the other email. I didn't think of that, of course. See, Brendan, without his technical acumen. Oh man.
It's lucky you slipped under the wire tonight
Yeah. Well, no. I think
without
what he
getting a
means.
shock.
No. It seems that. By the way, we want to thank our man who says no after hours. He says, yeah, I go by Thumbslug now, but I am Marcus, a listener from back in the day, around the time the one we no longer speak of, Laugh Out Loud, was on your show. Crazy dude from New York, obsessed with cough medicine.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you know who I am trying in reference. Anyway, long time, sorry it isn't more. And he contributed $13.37 in United States dollars. It's about $20 Australian. So thank you so much, and I appreciate that profoundly. But no, I'm not seeing any notification on any of my emails from YouTube. So maybe, who knows? But we'll talk about it privately. I shouldn't obsess on it. But when anything changes, it's always something to take notice of. And
That's
yeah, what's that, Brendan?
not a big deal.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and that conversion rate is rough. Yeah, that just shows how cheap Nemo was.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you 2,000 Australian to kill someone with magic.
Yeah, we'd get about $1,300.
Yeah, I would just and he made it was something. Yeah, fuck it.
Oh,
Not that
still,
Australia, the new vacation paradise.
I don't know about that.
she's being
Well,
sarcastic. She's being
yeah.
completely.
Yeah, I know.
So, dear Brendan, how about how are you feeling after? Jesus Christ, you've been up for days. Kind of like how I feel after spending the weekend with the Blood Boys. I'm sure that no, you don't feel good at all.
No, it's not good.
Oh, shit.
Everything's fine, but it's just not ideal.
Yeah. Oh my God. Have you been able to hit any herbs or tinctures that help put you in a better space, or no?
Fuck no. Fuck no. It's well, we'll see what I can get done, but it's just gonna take a lot.
What about the cigar? Didn't the cigar help? Tell people about the cigar.
No, it didn't I didn't even get to smoke it. It was like a Marx Brother fucking, what is it called? What's that shit called?
Yeah, big ass cigars.
Groucho Marx cigar.
Yeah,
A stogie?
Yeah.
Ridiculously huge.
yeah, yeah. Beautiful thing, though. It's a beautiful thing, and personally,
Wrapped on a brown girl's thigh.
yeah. Wrapped on a brown girl's thigh. That's the old saying. Big, thick, like a drumstick.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
And when they roll it,
Yeah.
gotta roll it.
Yeah,
Hand
it was more
rolled
than
on a brown girl's thigh. Taut thigh.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Most people find that sexy, Brendan. Yeah.
Well, not when it's a fucking cigar. That's like,
Oh, yes.
if you agree with Freud, it's a fucking phallic symbol. It's horrifying.
Sure.
Oh,
We love them.
oh, yeah. Oh my God.
It's medicinal. It's medicinal.
Understood. Tell people about that it's medicinal. Tell people about you had to.
Tobacco? Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
No, he got the purest kind. Tell him, Brendan, this is the purest
Yeah.
kind of Cubano. Yeah. And
Yeah, I mean, it took a nightmare to fucking find it though.
yeah.
And yeah, it's one of the only natural produced cigar brands on earth right now,
Mm.
and
Yes.
so it's really difficult to find. So I ended up finding it
Right.
Yeah. Great.
in
Good.
some high-end fucking shop in the middle of
Embarcadero.
ritzy zone. Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Embarcadero,
Virgin
San
girl's
Francisco.
thigh for those.
Yes, I love it. Yeah, and so he definitely did his duty. He got he found himself a reward, and
You won't need more than a hit of that at a time. And they're
Brendan.
hard to put out.
Yeah,
You
that's
gotta get them going, but that medicine you want to take in micro doses.
Yeah. Yeah, is that how you do it?
But tobacco's amazingly beneficial
Yeah.
in so many ways.
Yeah, so it's like a sleeper medicinal plant, but it's just vilified because it's addictive. So you
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
gotta be that.
And horribly misused.
Mhm.
But it is powerful medicine.
Yeah, like real tobacco, like proper.
The actual. And the great thing about the cigar is it's rolled in the actual leaf.
Right. That's why.
Like my friends get pure whole leaf sent down from Canada.
Wow.
Because the hardest thing you can do is, like, for a number of reasons, but grow your own tobacco. That's
Who
a
you
big
hooking up
deal.
with? Scarface? Like what?
I'm sorry.
He said, "Who are you hooked up with, Scarface?"
I said, are you hanging out with Scarface? Like,
Oh
that's
no,
like
it's a whole tobacco leaf, but you can't
Yeah,
grow your
that's
own
like-
tobacco
legit. What?
She said you can't grow your own tobacco. How do you feel about that, Brendan? Do you feel you
Oh,
can?
why not? Why not? I mean,
because it's
well, there's a
heavily
name drop to go up the
defended.
Mhm.
You don't, you can't go by starts.
can
It's
grow it.
very hard. I
Grow it
mean, you
naturally.
can, but you see how restricted it is.
Oh well, I'll put my 2 cents in this. What
You
Holly
can
is
do
saying
it.
is
You
that
can
you can't
find
do
a
it
way.
legally. You can't do it legally.
Not
But
really.
yeah, but
And you
obviously,
can't ship it
yeah,
legally. So to get seeds
yeah.
Well, I mean,
or
I bought seeds recently.
or
Instead.
plants. Oh, did you?
Yeah, nothing. Yeah.
Where'd
Yeah,
you
it's like
get them?
certain varieties are legit. Yeah.
Okay, Nicotiana. Are you
Yeah,
sure
it's,
that's not the garden flowers?
no, it's like actually medicinal tobacco. I can send you the
Okay.
link.
Yeah, please put it in the
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah. Well, just
All
to
right,
you.
great.
He'll just send it to you.
Oh,
He'll
okay.
send it to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Thank you very
also-
much.
Also, I got some from this Cubano guy, and he was growing it all over his little shop.
There you
Good
go.
for him. It is hard to grow. It is not easy, and it's hard to cure.
Well,
I've got various stories about that. And to get it from seed, oh, it's a process. It's
Well,
not a weed like marijuana.
right.
Yeah.
You
Well,
just throw the seeds in the
well,
but
grass
I
out
thought the
front.
plants were sprouting like crazy. So
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
his plants were sprouting like crazy, according to Brandon.
Yeah.
So we're having a problem
That
with
guy
again.
knows secrets.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. We're having a problem again with your technology is overriding Brendan's, where your voice is very
Oh,
loud,
no.
and it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we can hear you.
I am
Yeah,
shouting
yeah,
into the phone for
but
sure.
which is good. But the problem is you're overriding Brendan when he's talking. So we want to make certain that
Oh.
you give him his chance to talk to respond to what you say.
Well, I don't think of myself like that, but okay.
No, it's the technology. It's the technology. You can't hear him.
He sounds
he's
a little
responding.
fuzzy.
Yeah, you do sound a little fuzzy, Brendan. Are you like in a bad cell area?
Well, that's the best it's gonna get for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll pipe down
Yeah. So
because I want to hear Brendan.
yeah. So taking that
Well,
into account.
well, no, that was it. We covered it. There's no problem. It's just, yeah, it's just there's a bit of overlap, but that's just there's like a delay.
Okay.
But the tobacco that I'm growing so far is okay, and it's as far as I know, it's legal until I guess the DEA shows up.
So, oh yeah, no, you
Or
got
sorry,
it.
the ATF. There's a different division.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. ATF. Oh.
You
fuck.
got the seeds to sprout
Yeah,
in
they
like your
sprouted like
windowsill?
weeds.
No shit. Oh, I'm
They sprouted like
fascinated.
weeds.
Huh? I'll be damned.
Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, but it's good to have them for medicinal reasons. They can get rid of parasites. Like for
Oh,
example, in World War, I believe 1 and 2, they were in the field. What was it? What would it be like? The field ration
They
guidebook.
would issue you cigarettes. You'd be issued a pack of cigarettes.
Right.
Yes. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, and in the field ration guidebook, they said if you got stuck behind enemy lines and had to drink like dysentery water and shit,
Yeah.
they said they would recommend that you ate like 2 of your cigarettes or something to prevent the dysentery and the parasites and shit.
Wow, those were the
Fascinating.
days. Don't do
Yeah.
that these days. Don't do that these days. That would, yeah. These days, the nicotine that they put in cigarettes and all that, and the filters, that would be bad news, right?
Yeah, I mean these were like the OG lucky
right.
strike, you know,
Old
where there's no
tobacco.
filter and shit. Yeah, it's all real tobacco.
When they banned it in the prisons, I thought that was the most sadistic thing you could fucking do. And I remember that.
Wait, they can't smoke in prison? I think they
When
can.
prisons went non-smoking,
that's
they
all
sure
did.
can.
I thought.
Oh,
that's
hell
all they
no.
did.
Hell no.
Let-
Maybe
I-
I've gone
I mean,
crazy,
I
but
guess,
no.
no. I hear what you're saying, both of you. I can understand they probably would do something like that because it's unhealthy.
Oh,
But we
it
can look
broke
it
my
up to see
heart.
if it's national. Yeah. Is smoking allowed in prison? Let's look this up. Is
Yeah,
smoking-
let's do.
Yeah, allowed. It's probably a state by state thing, and might even be like probably a class thing. I'm sure that the people who go to those privileged prisons can smoke. Okay.
Oh, I bet they can.
Oh, for sure.
It says clearing the air in the United States correctional systems. I like
There
this.
you go.
Oh wait. Whoa. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Here we are. I'm gonna do a screen share here because
Okay.
this says it all. Look at this. Here we are. Can you guys see this? Can you guys see the cursor moving around?
Yes,
Yes. How about you, Brendan? Can you see it?
it's tiny.
No, I'm not in a position to read anything.
Okay. So it says Office of Justice Programs.gov. So it's national, federal government.
Yeah.
Clearing the air in U.S. correctional systems. No information is available for this page.
Ooh,
Oh, there you go.
the mystery deepens.
Oh, shit.
They
Yeah.
probably tried and it just caused prison riots, so they had to just stop.
I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
know. It
yeah.
was a sea change, and I forget when it happened, but I wasn't very old, and
Okay.
it shook
Well,
the
I think
foundations.
presumably just changed to vapes or something.
It
So-
But I
was
think that shit
just
fucking all
so
the time.
cruel.
Yeah. So they're smuggling it in. So
That I believe.
it says convicts smoke in prison even when it's banned. So there we are.
Okay.
So it says,
Well, you know, but still, you
yeah.
imagine what you got to pay.
yeah. Oh well, all I
You
can
got
say
to
is
be able to afford it.
Yeah, but anyhow, so they say
Whole
I hear.
prison economy. There's a whole prison economy.
Yeah, what's that? There's
Yeah.
a whole prison economy, right?
Sure, there
Brendan?
is.
Yeah, but
Nonetheless, it's not like it used to be.
yeah, keep shouting, Brendan, so we can hear you. Yeah, shout louder. Unless you wake up your neighbors or something in the other storage unit. Oh shit!
I said there's a whole prison economy, like it's a whole different thing.
World,
Like,
yeah, it's its own
there's
world.
not
We
money.
understand. I understand that.
Thank you.
But nonetheless, it
Yeah.
used to be just a given. That was
Yeah.
a right. You don't take that away if they want to.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
they make like $1 a week or some shit. That's
Yeah.
enough to
It's
buy a
true.
couple packs.
Yeah. So it says while tobacco is prohibited.
Not anymore.
Yeah, while tobacco is prohibited, contraband cigarettes and vapes exist through illegal black markets where they are sold at very high prices, such as $15 to $20 per cigarette. Oh, shit. Oh.
Yeah,
That's
trust
what
me,
I'm
they get
talking
it.
about. And you got to be in the right gang to even get that,
Oh, man. Yeah.
or else earn it some other way. And so, oh boy.
Yeah.
No, it used to be just, you went in, you kept the pack.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's because
They probably sold them in the prison canteen.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like,
That's twice the price.
yeah. Well, that's horrible.
And such a
Well,
soporific. I mean, you want to keep shit in control.
yeah, but still, I mean, yeah, that's sad.
Torturous.
You're right.
Especially when the food, oh my God.
Well, the food's supposed to be some of the best in the world in prisons to keep them from rioting. That's the whole idea. Prison food is supposed to be good food, theoretically. I'm sure that's not the case
Theoretically.
everywhere. But like you said, as some people say here, this is an attempt to make prisons as unbearable as possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
Terrible punishment. Just
yeah.
brutal punishment.
Yeah. And so liquid nicotine used for e-cigarettes. Oh, well, I guess they're probably drinking that shit. Okay. So enough of that for now. That's our little excursion into the
Yeah,
horrors of
interesting.
the penitentiary. Don't get arrested, kids. Don't go to prison. Oh, by the way, Thumbslug says, "Wow, it is hot in Australia at the moment. I am melting every time I walk outside." So I'm gonna say I cannot begin to imagine. Oh yeah, but well,
Because it's fall there.
yeah, and
It's fall.
yeah, I guess
They're
yes.
going into winter. We're going into summer.
Yeah.
So, oh boy, they've had some fires too, man.
Oh yeah. Yes, they have a lot of challenges in Australia. I don't know if Marcus was anywhere around the red skies, but those parts of Australia turned blood red. The sky turned blood red.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
That
not
happened here.
from fires. Not from fires. It was some kind of dust storm or some shit they were saying.
Oh, I
Yeah.
believe that. A boob.
Australia turns blood red. Australia turns blood red. Let's look that up. Turns blood red. And, dear Brendan, since you've joined us, by all means, anything you want to share or talk about. Here we are. Cyclone brings rare red skies. We're going to do a screen share. So, he dropped off the call. Well, God bless him.
Maybe it blew from Saudi or something.
I don't know about that. That'd be a long way. But here, look at this. See this? Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
yeah. Here we go. This isn't a filter. This is what it really looks like.
Oh boy.
Yeah. March
Wow,
of this year.
that's really
Yeah.
red.
Yeah. Australia's Shark Bay experienced blood red sky caused by tropical cyclone Narelle Yeah, so let's take a look at
Hell
this.
knows what that dredged up.
Yeah, and yeah, it was ahead of a tropical cyclone. They got
Wow.
this. Yeah, and so let's see now. Of course, then they give us ads. We'll see if the ads ever end.
I've seen the sky turn weird colors before a storm, but
Yeah,
nothing
that's
like
pretty.
that.
Yeah, no, that's is really extreme. It's really extreme.
Yeah.
And
God, terrifying.
there we are. Australia's skies turn blood red. Here we go. Look at that. Yeah, here we are. Apocalyptic blood red. Tropical cyclone
You're
Laurel.
not kidding.
Yeah. Yeah. Red and fiery
What
orange.
does Thumb Skull have to say about that? Some Thumb Slug.
Thumb slug. Thumb skull. I love it. I love it.
He might have been there.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
That's
Australia is
messed
a big
up.
place. Yeah, but yeah.
I
the-
would be hiding under the couch.
Oh yeah, who wants to go out? And this guy's just standing out there, they're walking around. Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go, Shark Bay Caravan Park. Of course, it would be a trailer park.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Oh, where else would it be? I mean, life is already hell. Why not make it worse? Yes, and so
Oh boy.
yeah, and so then this
Más campero.
Oh fuck! We don't want to cut that off. Okay, we want to stop sharing because we don't want YouTube to start advertising on our show. I heard that. I don't
Uh-oh.
know if anyone else did, but
Fuckers.
yeah,
I see it.
I had
Yeah.
it on mute. So hopefully
Oh,
nobody
just
heard
a
it but me.
second.
Yeah, but anyhow, so let's see what
Can
he
they
says here.
do that? You're supposed to get paid for that.
Oh God, it's like you
They
don't.
can sneak them in? That's cold.
Oh yeah, it's like there you go. I mean, that's
Oh,
yeah.
hurting. Product insertion.
Yeah, so here we are. Our friend Real Tech
Fuck.
Geek gives us a nice Australian sky goes blood red. Yeah, Shark Bay, ahead of the arrival
Okay.
of tropical cyclone Laurel on Friday, March 27th. Footage by Shark
You're
Bay.
telling me this was just now? Oh no.
Yeah, March 27th. Yeah.
Oh
this is-
hell.
Yeah, just days ago.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and so yeah, welcome to the apocalypse. So no
That's the 70s, baby.
yeah,
All our lives.
yeah. Well, so do me a favor, honey. You're on the call. You might as well stay on as long as you can stand it and interject
Yeah.
anytime you want. I'll go into monologue, and we'll see how long I can stand it for tonight. And
All right. Well, I've got this head cold thing going.
mhm,
So I'm
okay.
probably going to fall off pretty quick and go to
Well,
the tube. But
okay.
for now, I'll mute. But if I disappear,
You'll let us know. Just come
thank
on.
you
Just
so
come on.
much.
Yeah, but
Don't make me. Please don't make me. Because you'll be
What?
blazing, and there's just no use in it. Let
Yeah.
me just.
Well,
do-
interject anytime you feel like it.
I trust that,
Okay.
Douglas. Thank you.
All right, love you dearly.
Thank you. And I will be listening.
Okay.
Okay. And thank you. And please support Douglas. This has been wonderful tonight. I learned so much.
Well, God bless you, and we couldn't do it without you. So,
And me too.
most
All
blessed
right.
be. Stay safe and be well. All right, so here's our quote of the day. Let's start off with the quote of the day. Reagan did it in Afghanistan. He did it in Nicaragua. He did it in Honduras. He did it in Angola. Donald Trump can do exactly the same thing. That was the chicken shit conservative news analyst Mark Levine to Fox News' Sean Hannity on how Trump should arm the people of Iran and follow the Reagan doctrine, a foreign policy that provided aid to anti-communist insurgents in the 1980s. Said doctrine causing regional instability, legal scandals, such as Iran-Contra, which funded our worst enemy, and the rise of extremism. Via the worst enemy we had funded through what became known as the Iran-Contra scandal. And as for arming people, it begs the question as to whether this is a ceasefire at all. With reports from Gulf nations of continued drone strikes, Israel's insistence they can keep bombing Lebanon and traffic in the Strait of Hormuz self-evidently at a standstill, it would seem Donald Trump's dramatic announcement of a ceasefire in the war with Iran last night might have been premature. In fact, Israelis say they want the war to continue to fully eliminate the regional threat they say is posed by Tehran. But on Wednesday, it was Lebanon that Israel was bombing, its largest assault on that country since the start of its recent invasion. Israeli attacks, said to be aimed at the Iran-aligned Hezbollah, have killed at least 1,500 victims there since ethnic cleansing operations began. Today, Iran pushed back on any de-escalation of the war that doesn't include Lebanon. In a social media post, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said the Iran-US ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The US must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. Operation Epic Fury is costing Trump his coalition. As United States troops flock to danger, Donald Trump seeks ways to disentangle himself from the war on Iran. In a 19-minute address at the start of the month, he said, "We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective." What's increasingly clear is that, despite its tactical successes, Operation Epic Fury is turning into a strategic quagmire and a political miscalculation. The president's approval rating has sunk to minus 18%, the lowest in his second midterm. Among independents, Trump is on minus 45%, the worst recorded score of any second-term president. That is the perspective concerning the White House. This was supposed to be a jolly year, what with America's 250th birthday. The president should be overseeing fireworks and celebrations, state ceremonies, UFC cage fights, and so on. Trump won't recover from the Iran war, and his biographer says his war against Iran could be his final act. According to The Daily Beast, Donald Trump's biographer, Michael Wolff, has issued a warning about rising tensions with Iran while talking to the hostess, Joanna Coles, via a podcast called Inside Trump's Head. The author believing that ongoing issues with Iran are a sign that things are changing for the worse, and concluding that this conflict could be the beginning of the end, the escalating tensions having raised concerns about the future. Wolff saying Trump has been making aggressive threats toward Iran, the president recently making a threat to destroy a whole civilization if Iran did not comply. Wolff stressing that despite the threats, Trump does not appear to have any clear plan for what comes next, with Wolff concluding that whether Trump follows through or backs down, he still wouldn't know how to deal with what comes after. Emphasizing that Trump doesn't know how he will deal with the circumstances in the future, Wolff made the following comments, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim. "I think this situation is the worst situation he has gotten himself into. I think we can go broader on it. On a tipping point scale, this is very clearly, I think, indisputably, the beginning of the end. He's not going to recover from this. The danger now lies in not knowing what it would look like if the 79-year-old president were to take everyone with him. I mean, he's going to take everyone around with him. But if he were to actually do what he says he's threatening to do to Iran, I'm just trying to think. I don't think this is going to happen. And I may absolutely be proved wrong. It is Donald Trump. You don't know. He is a crazy man. So does restraint. TACO. That's the acronym for Trump always chickens out. kick in at some point today? I don't know. I expect that it will. But if it doesn't, I don't know. He literally doesn't know how. In business as usual, he would declare victory, but we are over that line. That's not believable anymore. Him declaring victory would immediately make it clear that we have lost and the Iranians had won. The other side of that is that he can become more aggressive, but more aggression only seems to give the Iranians more backbone, more determination to use the leverage they have against us, and actually the world. Now, that was 3 paragraphs worth of quotation from Michael Wolff, the Trump biographer. Iranian citizens have reportedly formed human chains to guard power plants amid this conflict, following orders from their military. When asked, the White House refuted Michael Wolff's claims and said, "Michael Wolff is a lying sack of shit and has been proven to be a fraud. He routinely fabricates stories originating from his sick and warped imagination, only possible because he has a severe and debilitating case of Trump derangement syndrome that has rotted his peanut-sized brain." That's dignified talk from your White House there. That's the official reply. It's, I guess we've evolved far beyond no comment. We've devolved to name-calling and pop psychology. While the Iran war is making the American economy more dominant than ever, the White House is seeking massive increase in war spending by slashing housing, social services, and healthcare. President Trump didn't attack Iran to help the American imperial economy at the expense of our allies. Nonetheless, that is more or less what has happened. It brings us back to 2 quotes. One, we cannot permit a resource so vital to be dominated by one so ruthless, and we won't. That was George H.W. Bush, the senior, circa 1990, on Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait. Another quote, today's contrapuntal, go get your own oil! That was Donald Trump on March 31st of 2026 on Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Despite high gasoline prices, the American economy is holding up. Abroad, however, interest rates and inflation risks have shot up, fuel is being conserved, and economic forecasts are darkening. Economists at Citi have marked down the Eurozone's growth this year by 0.4 percentage points. The United States is by just 0.1 point. The reason? Net imports of oil and liquefied natural gas consume 1 to 2% of European gross domestic product, whereas net exports contribute 0.2% to American output. And with that, we have some incoming news, possibly breaking, from our man, Real Tech Geek. Thank you so much. This says Trump's alleged failed uranium operation in Iran ends in fiasco. U.S. military operation near Iran's Natanz nuclear facility, publicly presented as a pilot rescue, may have been a failed attempt to seize enriched uranium. Yes, thank you. That's very compelling. As in terms of the numbers I've just presented, whereas the European Union's imports of oil and LNG consume 1 to 2% of European GDP, net exports of same products, fungible products, contribute 0.2% to American output. This brings us to the winners and losers here. These figures help explain why Trump is prosecuting war in the Persian Gulf differently from his predecessors. His strategic motives aren't that different. to deny a hostile power the means to dominate the region and to protect Israel at all costs. Where Trump differs is in the economics. Past presidents believed that the free flow of oil was one of those global public goods that the American empire was uniquely equipped, even obliged, to safeguard. George H.W. Bush the Sr. made that very case in 1990 for pouring troops into the Gulf region, not just to free Kuwait from a dangerous dictator's clutches, but to deny him control over 20% of the world's oil reserves. I was among those troops that ultimately paid the price with my very life. I clinically died due to lung collapses, spontaneous pneumothoraces being the medical term, from exposure to cycloserine nerve gas. Now that September, the senior Bush told Congress, "There is no substitute for American leadership. There will be a lasting role for the United States in assisting the nations of the Persian Gulf." By contrast, Trump, in remarks to the nation on Wednesday evening, midweek last, sounded indifferent to whether the Strait of Hormuz ever reopens. In fact, to quote his T, "The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. Those who do," he says, "should buy more from the United States. We have plenty," and take the lead on reopening the strait. Trump's revamping of the American imperial role in world security and trade now extends to oil. No longer does the American empire see itself as the guarantor of international stability and norms, but rather as a self-interested actor using control of oil to enhance its own power. The American empire became an energy superpower through serendipity and conditional policy. The shale revolution vastly increased domestic oil and gas production, while federal and state policy and the construction of LNG, or liquefied natural gas facilities, made that output available to the world. In the process, oil and gas became key contributors to American economic growth and prestige. The United States earns more from exports of LNG than of corn and soybeans, and twice as much as it does on movie and televisual content, as reported by Standard & Poor's Global Reports. Fossil fuels are foundational to Trump's vision, not just of domestic prosperity, but international clout. He created a National Energy Dominance Council shortly after taking office, and his national security strategy, issued last November, calls American energy dominance a top strategic priority. Now think of the importance of what I've just said. I've just articulated the fact that whereas before, people would say to Americans, music and movies are all you're good for. That's an actual quote from the Japanophobic movie titled Black Rain. But now, the real culture comes out of Japan and Korea. America is no longer pushing cinema and televisual entertainment. We're now an oil power. We're a fossil fuel empire, the likes of the House of Saud. We're just another, non-member of OPEC by default. When United States forces captured the Venezuelan strongman Nicolás Maduro in January, the benefit was twofold. A regime that had challenged American imperial hegemony in the Western Hemisphere was pacified, not overthrown, not changed or replaced, but pacified. And the American empire well, the American empire gained de facto control of a major source of oil. Trump has already abused that control to restrict cargoes to Cuba in hopes of changing its leadership. The European Union once depended on the Russian Empire for 45% of its natural gas imports. The revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire weaponized that dependence by withholding supplies after its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. At enormous cost, Europe pivoted to safer alternatives. According to the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analyses, the United States now supplies 57% of the European Union's LNG, or liquefied natural gas, imports. In the wake of Trump's threats to seize Greenland and leave the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, Europeans may wonder whether they have simply swapped one geopolitical vulnerability for another. Trump suggested he might impose a trade embargo on Spain for refusing to let American forces use its bases to attack Iran. Analysts said a loss of American LNG would be costly for España, but also unlikely. The European Union could retaliate, which is why the White House is seeking roughly $1.5 trillion for war-making purposes as part of a fiscal 2027 budgetary request, a proposal that would boost military spending to its highest point in postmodern history, the highest point, or highest peak, in all of modern history, as a matter of fact, as the Trump maladministration wages its war with Iran while preparing to attack Europe in coordination with the Russian and Communist Chinese empires. The blueprint, released Friday into this weekend, a largely symbolic reflection of the president's priorities, would increase our government's defense spending, or rather war-making mobilization, by more than 40% compared to yesteryear. It aims to bolster munitions and build out the United States naval fleet, while also beginning construction on President Donald Trump's planned Golden Dome missile defense system. It would also provide hefty raises of between 5% and 7% for all military personnel to help with recruitment and retention. A Bloomberg report provides a rare glimpse into the timeline for Trump's super-secret and disputed project. Trump is going full steam ahead with the Golden Dome. A report confirms that the Pentagon has picked 12 companies to build prototypes for the Dietrich, or that's Die Deutschensprech, or the German speak for literally Meisterschlüssel, or Master Key technology in Trump's controversial Golden Dome plan. Citing anonymous sources, Bloomberg reported satellite startup Impulse Space and defense tech company Anduril were tapped to develop prototypes for the space-based missile tracking and targeting technology that would make up or comprise the Golden Dome. The Golden Dome is the Trump maladministration's ambitious plan to create a network of space-based satellites to detect and thwart any potential aerial attack on American soil, something that is not a particularly looming or certainly not urgent threat to ever be resolved at all, considering that a successful military attack on American soil has not happened since World War II. Trump announced the project in an executive order when he took office in January of 2025, but since then, its timeline has largely been kept under wraps. A Congressional Budget Office report from May of 2025 said it could take 20 years to build, but a CNN report from August of 2025 claimed that the first major test of the Golden Dome was scheduled for just before the 2028 presidential election. Reports of the contract signed between the Pentagon and the space and defense techno companies provide a glimpse into how the maladministration is moving forward with the program. At the heart of this satellite network would be space-based interceptors, which would find and destroy enemy missiles and drones in the early stages. The technology itself does not yet even exist, and is deemed theoretically ineffective and, well, physically impractical. According to a request for information from June of 2025, the United States Space Force began conducting market research on space-based interceptor capabilities last summer, saying that after reviewing responses, they could meet with select companies to discuss next steps. Now, the Bloomberg report exposes that Impulse Space, led by Tom Mueller, Elon Musk's first hire to SpaceX, would work as a subcontractor to Anduril to develop said technology. A previous Reuters report betrayed that defense contractors Northrop Grumman, True Anomaly, and Lockheed Martin, along with Anduril, were also working with the government to build prototypes for space-based interceptors and other related systems for the Golden Dome. The companies have so far won initial awards and will be competing for final production contracts, as Reuters said at the time. Similar moonshot plans of an ironclad missile defense system have been touted since former President Reagan's time, but the plans have never been truly and completely translated to any form of reality. Some critics have called the program scientifically impossible and likely to be very expensive, with one study estimating costs as high as $3.6 trillion through 2045. The prominent political think tank, the Brookings Institution, called the plan a costly and destabilizing deployment of space-based interceptors, and warned that it could encourage similar deployments by the Russian and Communist Chinese empires, creating a new arms race that will make us all less, rather than more, secure. Of the $445 billion that the maladministration wants to add to the defense budget, the White House is proposing that $350 billion of it could be passed as part of forthcoming legislation that Republicans are planning to pass using a maneuver that requires only a majority vote in the Senate and therefore would not need any Democratic support. The historic war spending levels come amid the ongoing conflict with Iran, signaling little interest within the White House to shift attention and resources elsewhere, despite Trump's repeated assurance that he plans to wind down the fighting in the Middle East within weeks. The budget proposals for other agencies also reflect the maladministration's interest in bolstering the nation's war-making systems. Exempli gratiae, the Department of Energy budget floats increasing funding for the National Nuclear Security Administration by over $3.5 billion to develop new new warheads, modernize existing ones, and develop new technology for future United States naval systems. Yes, as here we are, yes, as Holly Kiefer says, all on top of this bogus moon mission. Don't be afraid to just jump on and say that, Holly. That would be fine. Just jump on and say it. Now.
Okay, you are blowing my mind to smithereens, man.
Yes.
So,
Thank you. Yes.
All right, but I got to go soon.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stay with us. as long as
Blowing
you
my
can.
mind. This is priceless. All
Thank
that
you.
you've laid out.
Thank
That's
you.
got to be kept for posterity. And that
Thank-
shit he said on Easter, if there is a posterity to come, that's not going to look good.
Oh, that's priceless. That's
I know.
comedy gold. That's comedy gold for the ancients.
That's an
honey.
artifact already.
Yes.
You know, that must be preserved
Yes.
at all cost.
Yes. People will
So that
puzzle
the
over that
future,
for generations.
Yeah.
People will puzzle
Yeah,
over that.
like
for
they trained us to do about the whole German thing.
Yes. Thank you.
How could they be so carefully trained us? That could never happen again, and here we are.
Oh, beyond that.
So,
Beyond that. Oh,
yeah,
my God.
because he's all just like this pantomime show, a shadow show with these whimsical threats that, well, it's just complete chaos.
Oh, it's a Punch and Judy show.
Yeah.
Melania is oblivious. She's just smiling.
It's a shadow
obliviously.
play.
Yeah, well, the Easter Bunny's all broken inside. He's dying inside.
Ooh, ow! And the kids are like,
Easter Bunny's wondering how he drew the short straw for this duty.
But I mean, that block of adults in the Senate and the Congress that are still all
those
in.
aren't adults. Those aren't adults. They're senile old hospice.
They're beings of some kind. I don't know.
Hospice
But
care
that are
recipients.
still
Yeah.
all in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They are.
Hey, Nancy Mace is starting to freak out, and she's not a dinosaur.
Yeah. Well, I can't believe the Reds still voted in a black African-American Republican in Georgia. Jesus fucking Christ. How can they still buy into it?
I don't know where they get them.
Yeah, that's...
I really don't. I blame Thomas Sowell. Oh, he was awful. Oh. Wonder whatever happened to him.
Now, all this, the annual White House budget amounting to an maladministration wish list that is rarely enacted in full by Congress, which retains control over government spending and has often ignored entire swaths of the maladministration's blueprint in the past, we can only pray because Trump wants deep cuts to woke programs. The budget proposal, by contrast, seeks to slash non-war-making spending by 10%, a $73 billion cut that would primarily affect housing, social services, healthcare, and other domestic programs that the maladministration has derided as woke, a word that is mentioned 34 fucking times in this 92-page document. Among these...
It's been considered a legitimate government term for like 2 years or more.
Apparently so.
It's riddled with decisions about woke.
And ask them to define it. What do you fucking mean? What does it mean?
I forget who the guy was, but he was a black comedian, and he said, "Oh boy, I wish we would have kept that a little longer." Because that word has been a key into horror.
Yeah. Yes.
The fear of, this, what they think of as this mentality is sure very revealing.
It certainly
about what's happening. But that's how powerful that word was.
Yeah. It betrays everything about the user. Whoever uses
My
that term,
God.
they've exposed themselves.
Yeah. As far as you could get from its intended use.
Thank you. Now, among the safety net programs that would be eliminated are the $4 billion low-income home energy assistance program, which Trump targeted last year but Congress retained, and the $775 million community services block grant, which aims to reduce poverty and promote self-sufficiency. The proposal for the Energy Department includes cutting and repurposing billions of dollars from former President Joe Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. The budget would cancel $15 billion of DOE, or Department of Energy, funding from that bill and repurpose over $4.5 billion. It would also eliminate over $1 billion for climate and clean energy research at the Office of Science. Trump's budget proposes cutting the Environmental Protection Agency's funding in half, eliminating a wide array of environmental programs. That would include its Superfund program, state revolving funds for clean water, and its environmental justice programs, which the budget says promotes divisive racial discrimination. The budget would cut the Interior Department by around 12%, but includes billions for one of Trump's pet projects, beautifying Washington. I don't mean the state, I mean the District of Columbia. The proposal suggesting a $10 billion mandatory fund to build targeted priority construction and beautiful. They misspelled it. They really fucking misspelled it. Beautification projects in and around Washington, D.C. They spelled it beatification. The proposal also calls for cuts to housing programs aimed at helping low-income Americans and people experiencing homelessness, but funnels $5 million into the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative, where they teach, well, homeless orphans to be homeless by teaching them to live in tent cities, away from where people can see them. You know, under overpasses, so that people pass over them and not have to be guilted out by all the homeless children that would otherwise be in sight. Other Trump priorities, like the increased privatization of TSA, stand out. The budget also including cuts for both the Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, to leave us more vulnerable to Russian, Communist Chinese, and Iranian cyber attacks. Both of those Department of Homeland Security components have faced previous funding reductions already, and are already at bare minimum with skeleton crews. This would serve to eliminate them entirely and leave us wide open so that we can be victim of an attack that will justify full martial law. At FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which the Trump maladministration has consistently proposed reorganizing, the proposed budget includes cuts to non-disaster grant programs, including those intended to provide services to migrants released from DHS or Department of Homeland Security custody, while the White House says, which the White House says were responsible for funding mass illegal migration into these United States, and a program intended to help local communities identify potential terrorists or domestic extremists, which the White House said was weaponized to target Americans exercising their First Amendment rights to conduct school shootings and, other mass shootings of note. The blueprint also calling for starting the privatization of the Transportation Security Administration's airport screeners by requiring small airports to enroll in the Screening Partnership Program, under which TSA pays for private screeners. Currently, 20 airports, including San Francisco International, Kansas City International, Orlando Stanford, are in the program. The TSA officers' union has feared that the maladministration will ramp up efforts to privatize said force. The president's proposed budget would cut $5 billion from the National Institutes of Health and eliminate several institutes at the Department of Health and Human Services, all of which the maladministration accuses of wasteful spending on diversity and inclusion research, previous targets of broad and abrupt DOGE, or DOGE, Department of Governmental Efficiency cuts. Congress ignoring Trump's proposal last year to slash support for same institutes. And Trump would cut an additional $1.4 billion in funding to, well, from the Internal Revenue Service, which he has long accused of being weaponized against Americans, however he defines them. Plus, he would eliminate $4.2 billion in subsidies for electric vehicle chargers, just as the price of oil skyrockets into the stratosphere, forcing you to buy fossil fuels, even if, well, why even bother to express it? It's all about changing places, people. Trump may have initially hoped the Iranian regime, like Venezuela's, would quickly fold, giving up its nuclear ambitions in return for sanctions relief. Conceivably, Trump may have gained some say over Iranian oil, as he did with Venezuela's. With those two countries pacified, the threat to the world's oil market of geopolitical instability would fall. That may yet come to pass. Its military decimated and nuclear ambitions under rubble, the regime may yet make peace. And if it doesn't, the strait may yet be reopened by force. American troops are pouring into the region, and other countries are discussing how to reopen the strait. For all Trump's talk of leaving control of the strait in Iranian hands, that would contradict what his own national security strategy deems a core national interest. Even if American imperial control of global oil and gas expands, either because of foregone Gulf supplies or its control of Iranian shipments, economic reality limits how useful that is geopolitically. Per the veteran oil analyst Philip Verlerger, to be really dominant, you have to have low costs, and we don't. Trump has few obvious levers to compel private producers to withhold supply, and in any case, that would be contrary to his domestic priority of keeping prices low. Other countries became eager not just consumers, but customers of American oil and gas, thanks to a reputation for reliability built up before Trump's second midterm. Weaponize that relationship, and they will look for alternatives. Just ask the Russian Empire. Russia's internet crackdowns sometimes have embarrassing blowback. Russia swung at VPNs, or virtual private networks, but accidentally hit its own banking sector instead. In a Saturday post on Telegram, reported by Bloomberg yesterday, Telegram's founder and CEO Pavel Durov claimed that Russia's blocking attempts aimed at VPN, or virtual private networks, just triggered a massive banking failure. Cash briefly became the only payment method nationwide yesterday. Russia's heavy-handed governmental interference in the internet is a fairly recent trend. It's become relatively common for internet services in Russia to suddenly stop working as the government works behind the scenes to prune away something it doesn't like in one place and causes collateral damage elsewhere. Late last month, as part of what commentators were calling the Great Crackdown, the Russian Empire's Minister of Digital, Maksut Shadayev, announced an effort to reduce VPN usage. Shadayev made the announcement on Max, the official everything app of the Russian Federation, designed to centralize digital life in country, but significantly do so without any apparent encryption or privacy protections that can prevent the government from seeing what users are doing. In February, Russia essentially deleted WhatsApp and Telegram from its version of the internet in a fairly transparent effort to drive more users to Max. VPNs, or virtual private networks, allow users to bypass blocks and access services by routing their own traffic through network nodes located elsewhere. But amid its effort to weaken VPNs on Friday, according to Bloomberg, accounts from the Bell and other Russian media banking apps were disrupted, with Bloomberg explaining that this disruption might have been, to quote as they, caused by an overload in the filtering systems run by Russia's communications watchdog, according to the reports, with experts warning that major restrictions risk undermining network stability. Durov, for his part, seems to characterize Russia's crackdown on Telegram, in particular, as a total failure. He claims that, thanks to VPNs, 50 million Russians still use it per day. And this would be the link I will provide you with to provide evidence thereunto. With that, we're entering that both into chat and into Infinite Call. Such having been entered, to quotist therefrom, Pavel Durov, on the 4th of April, 2026, at Durov. For accuracy, over 50 million Russians send at least one message every day, with 65 million daily active users in Russia overall despite the ban. Monthly active users remain to be seen, but could easily be twice as high. Durov himself is Russian by birth, but also has passports from St. Kitts and Nevis, the United Arab Emirates, and France. In 2018, an earlier attempt to crack down on Telegram reportedly produced a similar result. Russia sought backdoor access to Telegram messages, only to be thwarted by the fact that Telegram's on-device encryption makes it impossible to crack a device without having it in one's hand. According to the Moscow Times, when the Russian Federation attempted to block Telegram, Russian internet users experienced major disruptions with online payments, games, even so-called smart homes, while Telegram lost an estimated 3% of its Russian audience. If Trump's war in Iran spirals into a full-blown recession, it could crush the AI industry and spark a catastrophic polycrisis, a convergence of crises in the plurality. Far be it from techno-observers to chart yield curves or forecast jobs data, but it doesn't take a tenured econ professor to notice the sorry state of the financial world. Thanks to Trump's disastrous invasion of Iran, gas has surged to $9 a gallon in some places. The Dow and NASDAQ have officially entered a correction, and Bloomberg TV anchors are actively weighing the possibility of a full-blown recession on the airwaves. If they're right, people across these United States, indeed the world, are in for plenty of financial pain. And though we're fresh out of pity, the effects on the AI industry, which has long been speculated to be in a financial bubble, could be catastrophic. Well before Israel's American war on Iran kicked off in late February, there were already trillions of dollars stuffed into the AI industry, a bottomless pit swallowing every last penny it comes across. Even several years into the gold rush, we could call it the golden shower bum rush, and I believe we're joined by Brendan Zoget to comment on this. Yes, by all means, dear Brendan. Say away. Yeah.
I'm not. I didn't mean to be off mute. I was just listening.
Oh, well, you're welcome.
So what if the AI burns and crashes? I mean, it's like what was it doing? It like wasn't progressing humanity.
It was hoovering up millions, billions of dollars. That's what it was doing.
And how is that a benefit to anybody?
It's not. It's not. Your point is well taken. Look, I appreciate. Well, here's the bad thing, in a sense. You and I don't give a shit because we've never invested in AI. Unfortunately, these motherfuckers have made it the foundation of our economic bubble. This is like this economic bubble of our economy is built on the AI myth that this is where it's all going and it's going to pay off. Yeah, man.
Well, I mean, even the open AI, like his target of investments was just totally like fraudulent. Basically, there was nothing. He was saying that he needed 100 million up to, 100 trillion or something. Like it was just some absurd number that was never.
Yeah, you and I could say the same thing. Yeah, and deliver the same results too. Yeah.
And then they came out and said, "Oh yeah, we don't need that much money." It's like, yeah, because it's gone. You guys you did a Houdini on it. Shit.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, thank you. Well, when that bubble bursts, man, the problem is it takes us all down with us because they pinned us all on it because they put everyone's 401ks on that, 401ks on that shit and stuff like that.
Sucks. I don't have anything in there. So there's nothing to lose.
Well, I'm with you on that, dude. You and I stand shoulder to shoulder at the bottom of the social ladder. I mean, so we're not even gonna fall through the net. We're already under it. So
yeah, it's like I don't know, like those people on Caleb Hammer. They were saying, "Oh, I can't buy. I can't eat out every day," and it's just like, wow, really? That's ruining your life. Oh, damn. Like that was where you start crying. It's like, it's about to get way worse. Yeah.
Oh man.
Forget about eating out.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
Forget about eating.
Yeah. Well, tell people about Caleb Hammer. He's been, smashing all these like dummies that come on. He interviews these like retards.
Yeah, he does like financial audit. That was his whole spiel.
Yeah.
And it's all these like degenerate millennials and different Americans, different age group Americans that just, they fucked up their money so bad.
Yeah.
Well, they'll just come in and $300,000 in debt and they somehow get VA benefits and they're all just fucked up,
Yeah.
And he says, how are you spending $500 on rent, but you can't survive. You're in all this debt. And they just said, I can't help it. I can't do anything about it. And so he just goes off, just Dietrich style, like, you fucking retards. What's wrong with you people? Yeah, so, there you go. That's that guy.
Good for him. Yeah, and
he's made millions. He's pretty much a millionaire because of that stupid YouTube show. So
yeah,
it's all right.
He looks like a well-fed Brendan Zoget. Well, yeah, he's like Brendan Zoget.
I trade him any day. I trade him any day.
Tell him about the Muslim veteran. The Muslim veteran with the action figures.
That piece of God damn, I hate
collectible
that guy.
action figures. What was it? Collectible statues, superhero statues.
Not just what is it called? Action figures. They were full on like promotional statues that are in comic book shops. These $1,000, $5,000 statues.
Yeah.
And it turns out they're all in storage. It's just like, dude. And he's just obsessed with like wasting all his money on it. And they're like, how do you survive? Oh, I get $3,000, $4,000 a month from VA benefits because I'm disabled.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And that Caleb Hammer guy might be one of the catalysts where people finally revolt and make them audit all those people.
Thank you.
Because every single person that comes on a show
is VA.
They're all flunkies. Yeah, they're all flunkies. They can't survive. And they all answer, I'm on VA disability.
There you
and he
go.
says, for what? And they say, anxiety. And he's like, look,
the Muslim guy said insomnia. The Muslim guy said insomnia. And Caleb Hammer said, we all have that.
Yeah.
We all have that.
Everyone has that, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, and the other guy said anxiety, and he said, I have anxiety.
Yeah, he said, I have anxiety, and I did, I made this whole fucking media company and they're just like, yeah, but I can't. It's just it's just a crutch, super crutch.
Yeah. No, that's not even a crutch. That doesn't do it justice. No, these people have got a
Scam.
scam.
It's a fucking scam.
Yeah, they've got a scam going. Shut down the VA. Whatever you do, cut the benefits. So yeah, Caleb Hammer's our man. We fully support his efforts. Honestly, that's
Yeah, and anyone who works for the VA knows it's just a racket.
of course. Oh, they'll be the first to tell you. They'll be the first to tell you.
Yeah, I remember I told you about the guy that actually worked for the VA.
Yeah.
The first girlfriend's father.
Yes.
Told you about that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
he spent his entire career at the VA trying to get like actual injured veterans medical care.
Yeah.
And those are the people they would deny.
Yeah.
It's
of
like,
course.
can you believe that shit?
Yeah, well, look at me. My lungs collapsed 7 times
Yeah.
due to exposure to cyclostyrene nerve gas. I don't give a shit.
So people like you are the ones that get denied, and then these
Yeah.
flunkies get
Yeah.
full ride.
Oh yeah, the psycho flunkies who said they can't
Yeah.
sleep, because I killed all
Can't
those
sleep.
kids. Yeah,
Can't sleep. I'm
Yeah.
gay.
yeah. There you go.
Or whatever the fucking Navy one was. Whatever they did to Sailor Greg.
Oh man, I wonder what his diagnosis is. I wonder. I mean,
Well, I don't really want to dox him, but I'm pretty sure he said bipolar.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, bipolar. Oh,
But
yeah.
I mean, that's like everybody. in the
Yeah.
force, like, not really doxing him.
Oh shit! Anyhow, you heard earlier what we brought up about the bunny rabbit and Trump. Tell people about what was it again? The melatonin from where? What kind of melatonin was the cheap ass?
Oh,
shit?
the meme. You're talking about the meme where they
Yeah,
said, yeah.
yeah.
They said, I didn't expect to wake up on Easter, with after taking all this Walmart melatonin. And then the punchline was, it was like Trump talking next to the Easter bunny, and it was like zooming in on the Easter bunny. And then the punchline was, oh wait, it was real. Yeah. Yeah, it was just like, oh man, it was just a fever dream. It was just stupid, just crazy. Where the Easter bunny's trying to get all look all giggly and shit.
Yeah.
And then he's like, we gotta blow them up.
Yeah.
Destroy all of them.
They're crazy people. They're crazy
they're all
people.
insane. All insane. And it's just like, yeah,
Gotta
the
kill 'em
poor
all.
Easter bunny.
Yeah.
Poor Easter bunny was just sitting there watching it.
Standing there watching it, melting in the sun.
Yeah. Oh man, that's gonna go down in the history books for sure.
Yeah.
That was one of the worst. It's one of the worst ones yet.
No, yeah. So, like Brendan is pointing out, even several years into the AI yellow, how do we call it? Golden shower bum rush. The golden shower bum rush, we'll call it. For those of you unfamiliar with the sexual term golden shower, it means a stream of urine on a client from a prostitute, or whoever's into it. Yeah, the recipient is under a golden shower from whoever is draining bladder juice on them. We'll call AI that golden shower bum rush. AI still has yet to deliver any returns, indicating that the world's financiers might one day make their money back. Let alone,
it's decimated 100,000 jobs.
Yeah,
That's something.
Yeah, in other words, it's like the Vikings, let's go out and go Vikinger, which used to be a verb. Let's go out and go Viking, and, which means rape, kill, burn, pillage, you get a lot done that way. All of it's destructive.
I bet. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, all of it's destructive, but you get a lot done.
And they keep coming out and saying it's going to increase productivity, and it's like, really? I haven't seen it.
What?
Making those stupid TikTok videos?
Yeah, no shit.
With the fake voiceover?
Yeah, there you go. None of the world's financiers has yet to make their money back, let alone turn a profit. In other words, no one's even breaking even yet. No one's even breaking even.
No, it's in the negative for sure.
Yeah, and everyone's just losing their jobs. That's about the, but yet they consider that productive. Oh,
here's breaking news. He says U.S. forces are going to remain deployed until they comply with the truce deal. It's like, dude.
There you go. They're so scared. They're just beckoning them.
So nothing happened, in other words.
Yeah, of course. Nothing happened. Taco Tuesday. Trump chickened out again. Yeah. Just another Taco Tuesday.
Listen to this. Listen to this headline. This is just ridiculous. It's like, who's writing this stuff? It says, truce does not imply any changes. It's like, then why even say it?
Thank you.
Like,
Thank
what?
you.
That's so bizarre.
Talk about a spin. Oh man, what a
Spin? I mean, this is like mega spin.
That's
Ceasefire,
Yeah.
and then in quotes, does not imply a return to normal shipping conditions. Then what the fuck?
dizzy. Now, in terms of the war and AI, as more and more capital is fed to the machine, the rest of the
Oh, and
economy.
Trump NATO
Yeah.
withdrawal after the Iran war. So it's like, what's the point of that too? It's like,
What is he saying? He's going to wait till after the Iran war to withdraw from
yeah,
NATO?
it says, he says it's signaling. This whoever wrote this is retarded or doesn't speak English. It says signal and is also mulling NATO withdrawal after the war. That's what he said.
Well, there you go. Then it might never happen. I don't really see
Right.
this war ending anytime soon. So, yeah. Well,
Like they're blaming this. They were tested and they failed. Like, dude, what, you guys went rogue and you expect these people to come in and go full Rambo on these people for you
Oh man. Yeah.
while trying to seize Greenland?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'll try and get to that. Yeah. Now, as more and more capital is fed to this bottomless, rapacious, all-consuming AI machine, the rest of the economy only becomes more dependent on its eventual success. Depending on which economist you ask, the United States would have found itself in a functional recession back in the first half of 2025 had it not been for this rampant techno spending. This is an artificial inflation of an economy that should have gone into correction. And as the Economy Policy Institute's Josh Bivens argued in a macroeconomic report published earlier this month, should anything trigger a recession under these conditions, that capex spending, would effectively evaporate. As Mateo Wong and Charlie Warzel argue in The Atlantic magazine, such a crash would be catastrophic for everybody, a polycrisis for the ages, as techno firms, investment portfolios, banks, and private lenders grapple with obscene amounts of debt. Under this scenario, which may be inevitable, perhaps inescapable, data center builds would ground to a halt, significantly stalling AI's future growth prospects, not to mention job losses in companies feasting on the overabundance of cheap capital. Whatever AI industry emerges from the rubble, if it all comes crashing down, which may be when, not if, will surely be more, significantly different from the one we've experienced over the last few years. Smaller, more realistic, and, hopefully, grateful just to be alive. So how bad will the energy crises get? We haven't seen anything yet. The price of Brent crude, the main benchmark for oil, is up by 3/4 this year. The global ripple effects are already punishing. In the United States, the price of gas at the pump is up by 1/3 since the start of the war in the Middle East. Pakistan has asked universities to go remote. Laos, that little landlocked country in Southeast Asia where, what was the name of the guy in Family Guy? Help me out here, Brendan. Where he came from? Where are you from? China or Japan?
You're talking about Hank Hill or
Yes.
what is it called?
Yes.
King of the Hill.
Thank you. Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
I think he was Laotian.
Yeah, Laotian. Yeah.
He was like, are you Japanese or Chinese? And he says, that ain't no Japanese. That's Laotian. I fought you boys. And then he says, and then the other guys just say, so is he Chinese or Japanese? Like they couldn't understand like even that much into it.
Yeah.
But the father was a Vietnam vet, so he knew exactly what he was.
Yes, that's it. That's it. Thank you. And
he fought in Korea too. That was like the backstory of that guy.
there you go. Yeah, all the Asian wars. All the Asian wars. So that's so of course anyhow, Real Tech Geek sends us a link in which the headline is definitively AI contributed basically zero to the US economy last year, according to Goldman Sachs. Thank you.
So
Thank
why,
you.
so it's obviously just, it's dystopian in the word, it's just to control people and further their agendas.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with health, like anything. It's not monetary. It's not societal. It's just nonsense.
Oh, and listen to this. Iran has attacked Saudi Arabia's east-west oil pipeline. You told us about the overland pipeline. Saudi Arabia's...
Well,
yeah.
it's gone now.
Yeah. Thank you. Saudi Arabia's east-west pipeline, a critical artery bypassing the Strait of Hormuz, was hit in an Iranian drone attack on Wednesday, meaning today. So
what happened to that ceasefire? It was just a suggestion of a ceasefire. It was just like, what is this new war shit? It's like, ceasefire means we're thinking about it. It's like, it's like some new age shit. It's like we meditated on the ceasefire, and then, and then on the physical plane we struck. It just doesn't make sense.
Thanks to deep space pilots, always feel free to give me your real name. I used to know it years ago and I forgot. He's an attorney and he's the lead bandsman in the acid rock group Deep Space Pilots, and he brings up the name Cotton Hill. Now, Cotton Hill, was that the name of the episode or the name of one of the relations who knew who the Laotian guy was? Oh, it must have been the flashback. Flashback to Cotton.
Cotton is the guy.
Oh, okay.
Cotton Hill is Hank's dad, the guy that said,
Laotian. Yes.
He comes out of the back and says, he's Laotian. And they say, was he Chinese or Japanese?
Oh, man. Yes, thank you. And
he didn't trust the Laotians because he explains in one episode, they let Ho Chi Minh in,
Yes. Yeah. Though, actual academics are, experts who spent lifetime studying it have sometimes placed Laos as the pivotal point of the Indochina conflict, saying that Vietnam was the Matador's Cape and that all the action happened in Laos in terms of deciding the outcome for all of Indochina. But anyhow, Laos, under the impact of the Iran war, has reduced school days from 5 to 3. Just 3 days a week. Like I said, Pakistan has asked universities to go completely remote. So the Philippines has declared a national emergency. And that's an archipelago of 17,000 islands.
Yeah, well, Japan's coming to bail them out. They just had to get some things sorted. So
there we are.
That's the latest I heard. Japan is going to use its it's called ASEAN, but ASEAN, the Asian Economic Alliance or whatever it was.
Yes, the ASEAN is an acronym for ASEAN, which means Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Yes, continue.
Yeah, so they're going to use their economic connections in that group to give them oil.
Excellent. Okay.
But Japan has to bolster its supplies first.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And thanks again.
Whatever happened to all that Indonesian, or is it Indonesian oil? Like the Royal Dutch Shell? Like who's getting all that oil?
Yeah. That's.
I thought they made their own oil, but I guess not.
Well, that's pretty interesting. It's a good question. I guess they're keeping it all for themselves. You never hear about them selling it. So
it's getting shipped to Europe.
Yeah.
That's colonialized.
Maybe. I mean, I haven't followed up on that, and I should, of course. And I thank you for bringing it
Well,
up.
what was the country that
Yeah.
that was embargoed during the Second World War? Wasn't that
During the
Indonesia?
Second World War, Indonesia was part of the embargo against Japan. Japan was surrounded by what was called the ABCDE encirclement, meaning America, Britain, China, and the Dutch East
Right.
Indies. Yeah, and so Dutch East Indies was DIE or DE, so that equaled ABCD encirclement. ABCDE encirclement. Yeah, Dutch East Indies. And so that they all prevented Japan from getting any supplies. And that's, one of the key factors in World War II. By the way, Deep Space Pilot says, the grandpa, Cotton Hill, was a World War II vet who got his shin shot off. And so I said,
Yeah.
thanks again at Deep Space Pilot. So he was like my father, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. He was
Yeah,
basically,
exactly.
yeah.
That was his backstory. Yeah.
Geez, they're all stealing everything from me. What else did they steal from us recently? Aside from the fact that I talked about Israel having neutron bombs 200 years ago, and now motherfucker,
And he said, "I'm the only one that's ever said anything."
yeah, piece of shit. Just like he stole from Bill Cooper. Yeah, who are we
yeah.
talking about again? I keep forgetting his name.
Alex
He's so
Jones.
imposed.
Alex
Alex Jones. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Alex Jones stole everything from Bill Cooper, and now he's stealing my shit, saying, oh yeah, I'm the first to talk about Israel's got neutron bombs. He can't even explain why that means anything. Like, okay, why is that important? I did, of course, at length. But there you go. All they do is listen to our past episodes and fish. Yeah, that having been said and all that having been articulated, Russia, meanwhile, is celebrating temporary reversal of United States sanctions on its oil. So while the
yeah. I'm sure you said something about the Hungary issue, right?
Oh, tell them! I did not. Tell them.
Oh. Yeah, literally the next day they dispatched JD Vance because we were talking shit.
Thank you.
About his friend,
Yes. Yeah, we shit and pissed all over Viktor Orban. And then he was crying. He went crying. Yeah, the son of Hitler's talking shit about me. And his evil friend.
Yeah, and so Vance goes there literally the next morning, practically.
Yeah.
To say he's a good guy.
To
vote
stump for him.
Yeah, vote for him. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
He's helping you somehow. And Europe is evil, even though they're giving him all this cheese, all this money.
Yeah.
They're evil because they want him to have fair elections.
Yeah, believe that shit? Yeah, imagine the audacity of those people to demand fair elections.
And they said we want to have a Hungarian choice, not a Ukrainian choice.
Yeah, what a piece of shit. Yeah, motherfuckers.
They shouldn't help them if Russia ever gets through. Just fucking let them have just cede Hungary. Just say, look, here you go.
Thank you. You can have it. And let
when
the
they start crying, well, you're not going to back us up? No.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, hopefully the people revolt at that time and make a re-entry into Europe without, right now all this is an American magatard invasion of Hungary. They all go there so they can pretend to be the Tate brothers. They're all just there to fuck Magyar girls.
Passport bros, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, passport bros. And if anything, I hope Vance going over there proves to all the real Hungarians that they're under American occupation. That's just going to sell them out to the Ruskies. And the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, meanwhile, is celebrating this total reversal of American imperial sanctions on its oil and gas. So how bad could the energy crisis get? Jason Bordoff, the founding director of Columbia University's Center on Global Energy Policy and former energy policymaker in the Obama misadministration, sees Russia as a big winner of the energy crisis in the Middle East so far, with poorer countries suffering the most. So he says the only winner of the Iran war is the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire. And even once the war ends, getting back to normal won't be as easy as one imagines. Brendan sent an image here. Let's take a look at it. Here we are. Fascinating. Okay. Brendan, read this aloud, please. While I download this image. Yeah.
Well, should I summarize or just
please.
straight up say it?
Just say it. Straight up read it.
Indonesia holds 2.41 billion barrels of proven oil reserves in 2025, ranking 33rd globally, accounting for 0.14% of the world's total. But due to declining production from maturing fields and increased consumption, its reserves are estimated to last 4 to 9 years without new discoveries. So in other words, there's none left.
Wow, they used it all. Well, you're talking about one of the largest populations in the world. So
Right.
that figures. I mean, there's not much they can afford to sell. So that's no hope there. And but thank you for that information. It's important. Definitely appreciate that image too. That's a pity the image
Right.
is so
Another-
faded. Yeah, but go
Well,
on.
I can give you a proper image, but yeah.
Okay, excellent. Please.
But too bad the Japanese don't just take the Sakhalins and
Yeah.
fucking
Oh, that'll happen.
Kamchatka and just tap that shit.
Well, that'll happen. And to
And
tell you
just
the
say,
truth,
look, we're taking it back.
yeah. Well, like I said, Japan, that can happen and probably will inevitably. They'll get at least the bottom 4 islands that they claim. They'll get at least that. But they really won't even need the rest with the future that I envision. Like I said, they've got to aim more towards the Central Asiatic republics and just kind of just cement that as that belt between themselves, that dividing belt between Russia and China and Central Asia. Just overwhelm the majority of that as economically and integrate that into an overland oil and gas source, and they'll be the empire of the future for millennia to come. Just the inescapable empire. And we'll get there. You've seen my map of that before where I've outlined that, but if you want to, I can show you again, just the general articulation of that. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, let me see if I go here and look up my base map and just link to the one that I always use to demonstrate such concepts. So here we are. Go over there and click on it, and then I'll click on the screen share after making the map larger. So if we click on screen share here, and tell people about One Piece lately. There's been more news on that, as a matter of fact. Yeah, and here we are. He's writing, Tectonesia. Thank you so much. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate that. Let's take a look at that. Excellent. Okay, so now I'll save that image. Excellent. Let's see which file that goes into. Here we are. Good. Excellent for galactic reorientation. Okay. And so thank you for that link. And so can you see the screen share here, Brendan? Yes. Let me know. And we'll see if Brendan joins us in a moment. There we are. He says yes. Oh, okay. So can't speak. Okay, that's fine. So Japan, of course, at one time had divided. One time they had all of Sakhalinsk Island. For a period of time, there was an even division with the Greater Soviet-Union. The only islands they claim are really these 4 islands down here. And getting that back is not going to be any problem. And they could easily take all of it. They could easily take all of that and may very well do so. If so, that's great. If not, don't worry, it'll be put to use. But what Japan really needs to concentrate on is, in the coming war with China, the Communist Chinese Empire, taking Beijing. Just take Beijing, and that's one of the largest, if not the largest city in the world next to Tokyo. Tokyo, forever, for generations, was the largest city on fucking planet Earth. A lot of people have never known that, but Tokyo is the largest city on Earth. Now Beijing is trying to compete with it and overtake it. You take Beijing. Yes, so here we are. Brendan says, oh, I wish you could read this aloud, Brendan. Yeah, read it aloud for us, if you can. Let's see what he says. See if he can respond here. I can in a minute. Okay, so he'll be coming on in a minute to emphasize that. In interim, if Japan takes Beijing, it's got the key to Asia. Ignore all of China, essentially, other than the surrounding province of Beijing. Make certain there's an outlet to the sea for Mongolia. Unite Mongolia, which would include Burятsk in Siberia. And once you've united Mongolia with Burятsk in Siberia, and of course the Mongol regions of northwest China, which is really named Xinjiang Uyghuriyya, or eastern Turkestan. Once you take Turkestan, unite that with the former Soviet Central Asiatic republics of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Kyrgyzstan. Not Tajikistan, which is ethnically Aryan, and belongs with Afghanistan as part of a greater Aryanized Iran, which is all that Iran means. It's the Greek word for Aryan. But have that power become a constitutional monarchy in the Iranian zone of influence. It's Wecumene, or Ecumene, as it's known world. Whereas the Central Asiatic republics would, along with Azerbaijan and Turkey, they would unite with Japan in a pan-Turkic and Mongolic belt that would forever separate the Russian and Chinese empires. And that will, of course, render Japan the preeminent superpower in the world with the overland natural gas and oil bloodline that would keep it supplied. Along with, of course, through, well, not Tajikistan, but Perla being the part of Tajikistan which is claimed by China because it's an ethno-enclave. It's an ethnoclave different from the Tajiks. That area above the, oh God, what do we call this region again? Everybody fights over it. Kashmir. Kashmir is enormous, and a united Kashmir will not be what Japan needs. It only needs that Perla enclave that sits right above the Afghan handle, a little Afghan corridor. And above that Afghan corridor is an autonomous region of Tajikistan that should be granted independence by Japan and become a satellite state of Kyrgyzstan. With that, Japan has a direct connection into Pakistan, and or rather Pashtunistan. They don't need Pakistan. That's too much bullshit, and it's too dysfunctional. They need to go through Pashtunistan, a Pashtun enclave separate from Afghanistan, which would then lead them into Baluchistan, and an independent Baluchistan, severed from Iran and Pakistan, would be their outlet to the Indian Ocean. That would be Japan's own Belt and Road, connecting it through the Soviet Central Asiatic republics, formerly Soviet, now more Islamistanic, and down through the region of Tajikistan, no longer Tajik, liberated, rendered independent above the Afghan corridor, connecting through Pashtunistan and into Baluchistan, and that would take them to the Indian Ocean therefrom, which would connect them, of course, to Malaysia, which would be very important for Japan's security in the future in securing the Indian Ocean off the coast of Africa. Yes, all of that should be the future of Japan as an empire. And we can take it further after that. In terms of other recommendations and advisements I have for the overall well-being of planet Earth and humanity. Now, let's see if our man Brendan
Yeah,
Zogi.
so most of the Russian oil reserves are in the east, it sounds like.
Yes, tell people about this. Read that aloud, please, by all means. Yes.
Okay, so it says the Russian Far East and Eastern Siberia hold significant, though largely undeveloped, oil reserves, estimated at around 13.5% of Russia's total, with key resources located on Sakhalin Island in Sakha Republic, which is Yakutsk. Major projects include exporting via ESPO pipeline to Asia, and these focus on regions in Asia which are crucial for future production growth, despite facing logistical challenges and relying on complex Arctic-related extraction. So they don't even have the technology or the resources to mine, to retrieve it, but they have it.
Yeah, well, they don't have it really. It's just on the map. It's on the fucking map, and that map will change. So Sakhalin Island needs to go to United Nations or the successor organization to the United Nations supervision. Needs to be declared the property of all mankind. So Sakhalin Island will be used as a containment for much of the chaos that will envelop that part of Northeast Asia. And of course, as I said, it will be stabilized by deporting the MAGA Americans there. The MAGA American mass deportation to Greater Manchuria, meaning the buffer state centered around the Jewish Autonomous Oblast of Yevry, capitaled at, oh God, what is it again? That stupid city that they've got down there. I used to know it. Let's take a look at it and see if I can find it. Capital Jewish Autonomous Oblast. They usually just refer to it by that city. Jewish Oblast. Here we are, Oblast. And there we are. It would be Birobidzhan. Yeah, so Birobidzhan would be the capital of the Jewish Autonomous Oblast. And for those of you who don't know, there's the Yiddish-speaking Autonomous Oblast of Siberia. That's a buffer state between Manchuria and Russia that was established by the Japanese as a safe haven for Jews that has a population of roughly 75,000 people. So you've got this Yiddish heritage there, and it shows in all of the architecture. Of course, the conservative Jews like Mark Levine are rather these retro-reactionary, paleo-reactionary Jewish people like Mark Levine and Mark Savage would be deported there with the MAGA Americans that are the most violent and unsociable. That would provide an enormous buffer state with that particular Jewish element as its core, its cultural center. And the MAGA Americans will be there with their holy trinity of what they worship. The Russians, the Jews, and their fictive aliens. Of course, that'll be a very useful buffer state between...
You forgot the Buddha Trump.
Yeah,
Easter
Buddha
Bunny.
Trump. Oh, yeah. Like I said, send Trump over there as their Buddha. That'll be their Bodhisattvacracy. They'll have a Bodhisattvacracy with Trump as their Buddha. Their orange Buddha. I love it.
With the Easter Bunny.
Yeah, with the Easter Bunny. I don't know if the Christians would tolerate that part, but there, plenty of evangelicals would be there with the MAGA Americans, the ones that worship Israel. So this would be a buffer zone between Russia, China, and Japan. And like I said, they can have all the North Korean labor in the world as their form of third world scut job detail. It will help them reindustrialize, since the entire place is an industrial rust belt. They can reindustrialize there and start weapons manufacturing, guns at massive amounts.
Well, that's all they could do.
Yeah.
There
you
here's
go.
the latest. he's threatening action if they fail to comply with, in quotes, real ceasefire. It's like, then what was the old one?
Yeah, thank you. What the fuck? It's like, yeah, it's
Like, are we in the same dimension?
yeah, obviously not. No, words to him make something different, different entirely. Real Tech Geek says, I never really cared for King of the Hill. It's garbage, stupid influence. One of the characters that is a cyborg named Donald in the Invincible animation. Yeah. Yeah, that's one reason to bring Real Tech on. He has an uncanny knowledge of popular culture, you know. So
Well, yeah, I wasn't endorsing King of the Hill. It was just that one scene.
well, I love King of the Hill. I never was a regular viewer. I just, always
Right.
thought it was, funny because, it was inherently funny, and was meant to be, just, but I don't know about his influence on this cyborg named Donald in the Invincible animation. Oh God, the Invincible. I can't even watch that. That is so, it's like, the Vitramites and all that shit. Oh my God. Donald.
That's got to be one of the worst.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but it's one of the worst comic adaptation, fucking whatever you call it, rip-off, spin-offs.
Yes. Oh my God.
Is that the one with the Ultimate Man or whatever the fuck his name is?
Yes. Mustached man who kills an entire planet, and yet they show up again. I guess they went to a different dimension or something. But
yeah, that's got to be like one of the worst. Omni-Man, isn't that his name?
Yeah, Omni-Man. Yes, and their whole super race. Yes, yeah.
Human alien hybrid. I mean, it's like what, a rip-off of Superman?
Yes, of course. Except he's
maybe
evil.
I'm being too harsh on it, but it's just stupid.
Yeah. It's a rip-off of Superman, and he's pure evil, and and then it's like. It's really gory. It's Adult Swim shit, so people can just watch people burn each other up and eat each other alive and all that good shit. And it's the other one is The Boys, is the cinematic version of that. So The Boys is just it's like superhero gore. It's just people go around smashing each other, blowing each other up, and
That's
people just
horrible.
Yeah, they just love it, and they can't get enough of it. Yeah, it goes to show. It's the times we live in now. At any rate, the individual that I sourced, Jason Bordoff, founding director of Columbia University's Center on Global Energy Policy, the former energy policy maker in the Obama administration, he was speaking on Foreign Policy Live, and Jason Bordoff said, and here I quote his tea, at length and verbatim, I've been saying since this started, we haven't seen anything yet. At some point, the physical reality of the loss of this much supply has to catch up to the so-called paper markets. Even if the Trump administration says, we're done, mission accomplished, let's go back to normal, Israel has a say in this. Iran has a say in this. People are going to be looking for what signals other countries are sending. You're going to need, I presume, some military presence and some signal from Iran that it's safe to pass now. Who would they do that for? We've already seen some countries, like India, trying to do bilateral deals, trying to maybe pay a few $1 million to let their ships go through. Is Iran going to try some tolling structure like that? We don't quite know yet what will emerge from this. There you go with that. And meanwhile, I'd love your opinion on India. Let me see if I can find that thing on YouTube that just had this horrible image of India. Yeah, India simps to Israel, yeah, that's see if I can find that. There we are. Oh, here we go. So let me get you the link to this. So okay, let's hope the voice doesn't come on. And there we go. Thank God voice didn't come on. And let me do a share. So let me do a share. And then here we go. Let me give that to you in private messages. So I'm going to send that to you in private. And let me see. Here we go. And yeah, by all means, I'd like your analysis, if you will. So let's see if the image comes up on that, because the image is a killer here. It looks like it won't play. So there you go. Okay. So can you see that in your private message? Oh, India's all simping to Israel.
Yeah, well, they always have, but yeah, it's pretty bad. It looks like.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if you can take a look at that in transcript form, see if you can find, put on the subtitles. Put on subtitles. Oh, here we are. You can open up the summary. Open up the summary, and oh man, read that to us. If I'd like to hear, yeah, read that to our listeners.
What his
summary. If you open up the text of his summary.
the origins of the RSS, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, there we are. Yeah.
What is that acronym for?
Oh God.
The RSS. Yeah, it's the Nationalist Party, the
Yeah.
BJP. Yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah.
The Hindu, they're called Hindutva, basically. These people, Hindu nationalist orgs that built Modi's political machine, is the same one pushing the Indian diaspora into the heart of Western countries, aka Israel. Yeah, there you go. The origins of the RSS, its founding ideology, and its historical connections to European fascism, ethno-nationalism,
And yet
and how
they're
the beat.
yeah. But yet they love the Israelis. I mean, what does it say here about this isn't just an Indian politics story up above?
We're talking about century-old ethno-nationalist movements with ties to fascist ideology, a global diaspora network worth billions, coordinated strategy to use Indian migration, H-1B, visa abuse, Canada, US, UK, as a political lever for Modi's agenda abroad. I mean, this is kind of just painting him as the villain when he's actually a puppet of the West.
Thank you.
He went to school. It's a big secret, but it's open. You could find it online. He went to a think tank. He studied at a think tank in the U.S. For his college, for like his Harvard level studies. I don't think may not have been Harvard, but it was something on that level of like globalist scheming, and he was a graduate of that. So he never went to school in India. Actually, he's just a plant from the West. Yeah.
Thank you. And
that's-
basically, there's a lot of migration fear here. There's a lot of migration porn here, where Nick Fuentes and the America First movement have been pointing at the H-1B visa pipeline for years. That's your techno bros.
Yeah, I was gonna say, without those people, like, we wouldn't have anything. Like,
Yeah, you wouldn't have no techno bros. Yeah, that's your techno bros, people. They want, who was it? Elon Musk said he would fight to the death for them. Yeah, it's
Right.
yeah. But so there's a lot of fear porn here. But the point is, they keep saying fascist and ethno-nationalist when it's all the American right wing and Canadian and British right wing that's afraid of this. Yet he's not hitting the artery here. He's not hitting the pulse of what is suggested in the title and in the what would you call it, the thumbnail that's embedded into the live stream. He's not hinting at that all of this is in support of Israel. So he's not even got the guts to bring that up. What the fuck? Yeah,
of course not. Yeah, of course not.
Yeah, and you can explain that the Modi is like supporting Israel because, well, basically the Indians hate Muslims. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's like a simple way to put it, but it's more complex than that. Yeah, but pretty much, yeah, they just would rather kill all the Muslims.
Yeah. And
well, Hindutva and BJP, like, they want to completely outlaw Islam, but there's too many of them in India, so that's why it's too much of an issue.
Yeah. And
they would literally have to genocide them, so that's why they want. I guess that would explain why they want to help Israel.
Yeah, there you go.
So it's like, once it's cool, it's cool, man. They're doing it, then they can do it, I guess.
Yeah, that's
because there's so many Hindus in India that, like, if they wanted to wipe them out, they could just do it overnight. I mean, it's not the amount of people. Like, there's millions of fighting age men that have nothing to do, no jobs, nowhere to go, no money.
Yeah.
They just walk around and do day labor for food, and they're desperate to get in the military.
Yeah.
So if India wanted to, they could just have them just kill all the Muslims, literally.
Yeah. Yeah. And steal all their property, still redistribution of wealth. Yeah, if ever there was one.
Yeah, so that might eventually happen. Like if like the flashpoints go off, like the the Northwest.
Yes, and as I've spoken of before, there's emerging
Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes, thank you. And as I've spoken of before, there's emerging what I call the Garuda coalition, and or combine, what I call the Garuda combine, which is Israel and India. India, of course, can provide food, more than Israel could ever grow, and in return, Israel's
through Dubai, believe it or not.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, and so
they have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, there you go. And so it's well, all I can say is that we're entering apocalyptic times. All the foundations are there for a world war. We're heading towards a global conflict, a systemic conflict. The problem is America's not up for it. Well, no one is really, but certainly I would dare say Germany and Japan could get into it swinging and build up very quickly. It'll be the exact opposite of World War II. America will be the dying non-industrial power with everything out of inventory, using what it can while it can, while Japan will be reindustrializing at a supermassive scale through robotics and mechanization in particular. Germany will get back into it. Yeah, so all I can say is things are moving in for a historical correction. But meanwhile, the Communist Chinese Empire has landed in Canada, courtesy of Trump's trade war. Stellantis is said to be discussing options for building electric vehicles there with their Commu-Chinese partner, Zhejiang Leapmotor, a sign of how quickly the automotive industry is being reshaped after Canada opened the door to companies from the world's largest car market. The potential for market-Leninist Chinese-led vehicular production by the traditional American ally shows the ripple effects of Trump's levies on foreign-made cars and trucks, which have disrupted the once integrated North American auto sector and cost automakers billions of dollars. If the companies proceed, it would be the first major market socialist model Chinese auto investment in Canada since Prime Minister Mark Carney reached an agreement with the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping in January to reduce tariffs on Chi-Com or Chinese communist-made EVs. All because Asia is adapting to a new energy reality as the Iran war is reshaping Asia's energy security strategies. Asia is preparing for the worst by girding for a planetary energy crisis. The impact of the oil and LNG shock from the Israeli and vassal American war against Iran has been pronounced in Asia, where many leading economies produce limited amounts of nuclear energy and depend heavily on imported fossil fuels from the Middle East. Most Asian economies are only going to see their energy needs skyrocket in the next decade due to their young populations, the expansion of AI data centers, for as long as that lasts and for as much as that's worth, and rapid economic growth otherwise. Studies conducted by the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN, the ASEAN, the acronym for Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and East Asia, suggest that most Southeast Asian countries have enough reserves of oil and LNG to last only 20 to 50 days. Governments across Asia are preparing for worst-case energy scenarios that could include a prolonged and severe disruption to supplies, even as the American empire draws up a plan to end the war that itself and its suzerain, Israel, started against Iran. Now, South Korea shifted into crisis mode Wednesday midweek last. The Philippines has declared a national emergency. The Empire of Japan is reviewing its supply chain of oil-related products, and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has warned the war could cause unprecedented challenges for his own empire. Now, as Brendan said, on Thursday, the Imperial Japanese Corporate Shogunal Superstate started its largest ever release of oil from its reserves as part of a global effort to stabilize supply. It's only the second ever such release by Dainihon, or Greater Japan, and the second largest contribution among the 32 nations involved in the coordinated intervention. The war having underscored how energy security is inseparable from national security. Crafting effective policy requires understanding the structural transformation of energy security, its drivers, and its emerging risks, factors often underestimated to this point by Japanese firms. The woes of a Sri Lankan car dealer in Yokohama illustrate how the Mideast crisis is upending business for used car traders in Japan and South Korea, mostly small businesses that together make up a large, globe-spanning industry. The war in Iran is beginning to impact inbound travel to Japan itself, with the conflict resulting in canceled flights and closed airspace. Now, all of this has led to tying up the division of labor around my Taiwan. Efforts by Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, the Philippines, and the United States to deploy advanced missiles and reinforce their bases near my Taiwan are being welcomed in my natal burbs, my birth city of Taiwan's capital, Taipei, as a tacit division of labor designed to keep the Communist Chinese Empire at bay in the event of a conflict. Here we are from tell us about this. Japanese World War II fighter brought to our attention by Brendan Zogit, the Shindenkai salvaged from the sea after 81 years. A Japanese fighter aircraft used during World War II by the now defunct Imperial Navy, you like that qualifier, has been salvaged after lying underwater for 81 years. Incredible.
Well, their navy is stronger than the old navy, so
Of course.
it's redundant to even
yes.
say that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's just their way of trying to calm people down, saying, look, it's not an imperial navy, we're self-defense. You know, that's how they calm their neighbors down. Now, tell people, I've been telling people, I don't know if you heard me earlier when I was on, opening the show, or rather opening my monologue, I brought up to people that America is no longer the cultural go-to capital of the world. As a matter of fact, let me take you over to some of the link that I sent to our friend Sammy Romero. I may already have showed you this, so let me know if I'm being repetitive here. Let me see if I can go here and then do the screen share. Here we are. And of course, we go over to the other call sector here, and we open up what I sent to Sammy Romero. I think I showed you this already, that the U.S. is no longer the go-to place. There's a scene in Black Rain where the Japanese police officer tells an American cop, "Music and movies are all you're good for." That's no longer the case. The United States is no longer the go-to place for cinema or televisual entertainment in our culture at all. Korean culture is taking Latin America by storm. Everything Korean, from K-pop and skincare to food and clothing, is no longer a niche interest in Chile and Mexico and Brazil. But of course, Japanese culture pioneered it all first. And tell people about the One Piece. What's going on with that phenomenon?
I mean, it's the biggest anime on earth.
Yeah. And
Biggest
now it's
manga.
more than that. Now it's more than that.
Yeah, and it's a live action, and there's going to be multiple projects. Netflix is taking on multiple projects, so it's beyond. Yeah, it's bigger than Superman ever was.
There you go. That's saying a lot. Real Tech Geek says, yes, I confess I've been watching The Boys, Season 5, first 2 episodes. Love it. Laugh out loud.
Well, I mean, there's still like these people in America, but I think like overall, it's Japan's won the
Culture wars. Yes, Japan's won the culture wars.
Yeah, America just produces that gore.
Yeah.
Gore and slop and
yes.
boring shit.
Yeah, well,
Those like weird, those TV shows with the weird contrast, like HD cameras. It's like those are so unsettling. I can't even watch them.
Well, as they pointed out, America's main export now is oil and gas. It's not our movies. It's not our TV. Nobody's watching the shit we're putting out anymore, comparatively speaking.
It's shit. Like first it was the woke, and then now it's like the
broke,
the anti-woke, and now it's just like look, is that all we can do? It's just so boring.
From woke to broke. From woke to broke.
Yeah, it's like, come on, it's so lame. Yeah. No cultural output, zero. Failed thing.
Now, in terms of the deployment of weapons around my Taiwan, these weapons are being gradually deployed as part of American imperial and allied attempts to create a deterrent along the first island chain that stretches from the Japanese superarchipelago to Borneo, separating the communist Chinese Empire of the East from the Pacific. Tell them, Brendan. Tell them about this island chain. The Japanese superarchipelago itself dominates all Asia in a manner that the British islands never dominated the European subcontinent.
Yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, they're the ones giving all these people oil, all the brown countries and Southeast Asian countries.
Well, beyond that, geographically, China can only get to the Pacific through Japan. So if Japan doesn't allow them through, China's cut off from the Pacific.
I sent you that, right? The Gen Z history.
Yes. Tell them about that.
Yeah, where they had to simplify it with like memes and like dancing cats to make it understandable for the Gen Z kids. Like they had to use all the meme noises and shit just so they can understand the history,
Oh shit. Yeah.
So they were like,
laser pings from video games and shit.
Yeah, just to get it through.
Cheap-all explosions.
Yeah, and the boom sound, the Vine boom sound every 5 seconds, just to keep them entertained. Yeah, China has a problem is because Japan is there. They can cut them off anytime. So that's why they can't really. That's why they got invaded, I mean, right? Both world wars.
Yes, that's quite true.
After the Qing dynasty collapsed, I don't think they could ever recover. Unless Japan closes off again, which is not going to.
Well, let's put it this way. In many ways, the argument has been made that China is a terminated civilization, that in a very real sense, Chinese civilization has died. And it's like Rome. It will always be with us as an ideal. But China, the China of history, no longer exists. I will tell you that in my native Taiwan, when I was born in Taiwan, the Kuomintang, the Nationalist Party under Chiang Kai-shek, that had fought on the side of the Allies against Japan, the first ally to fight in World War II in terms of military action was the Chinese in arms against Axis Japan, and then later was forced to switch sides just as the Serbs had to under Draža Mihailović in Serbia during World War II, get their supplies and realign their interests with the Axis to fight against the communists under Josip Broz Tito. The nationalist Chinese had to change sides to the Axis to maintain their nationalist government. And the Americans, in both cases, Yugoslavia and China, were supporting the communists. As a result, Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists were the most ardently anti-communist people on earth, and their claim to fame, they looted the museums of mainland China, took all the treasures of China that they could with them. Now, along the way, the imperial chop of multiple dynasties, a chop that is enormous. You know what a chop is, Brendan? You know how they sign something by taking that big block and putting the ink on it like a rubber stamp, then sign that with a
Right.
chop? You're familiar with that?
Yes. Yes.
The imperial chop is both China and Taiwan have offered $100 billion to whoever finds that chop. The imperial chop of multiple
And Taiwan
dynasties.
has it. Taiwan has it. No.
It's hidden. In other words, the Dietrich Artelect didn't trust the Nationalist Party after it turned traitor. Once the Chiang Kai-shek's son died, then the Imperialist Party became more and more traitorous. That's why those 5 nationalist generals were killed in a single helicopter crash.
Those, yeah, that's right.
And because the military was, for generations, dominated by the Nationalist Party. But the Nationalist Party has now turned into communist puppets. The new Taiwan is centered on the Green Party, or the Democrats. The great problem here, the great challenge, is that when it comes to the Democrats, they are trying to Taiwanize Taiwan. In other words, they're trying to disaffiliate with China culturally. Under the original nationalists of Chiang Kai-shek, what happened was that they made claim, quite realistically, having looted the museums of mainland China and relocated the treasures of China to Taiwan, they could make claim to being the one true China. The one true China was island China, and they maintained the classical Chinese language. Mainland China, because it was a land of illiterate peasants, almost 100% illiteracy rate at the time the communists took over, had to simplify the Chinese language. It would be similar to cellular text messaging becoming the new English. And if a modern mainland Chinese speaking simplified Chinese speaks to a Taiwanese educated in classical Chinese, the Taiwanese person quickly gets the impression they're talking to an idiot. The end result was China claimed true Chinese heritage. They were the one true China. That's no longer the case. The democratization of Taiwan and the new Democratic Party that wants a sovereign Taiwan identifies themselves as a Pacific Island nation, more Polynesian than Sinitic. So they're trying to align more with the indigenous people of Taiwan, who are Polyasiatic, and these Polynesian peoples who once conquered the world. Out of Taiwan, you can look up the out-of-Taiwan anthropological migrations. All of Melanesia, rather separate from Melanesia, separate from Australia, the Black Continent. The Taiwanese wanted nothing to do with them. They landed on Melanesia, or today's Madagascar in the Indian Ocean. They landed all over the Pacific and essentially conquered the Indo-Pacific world sans Australasia. And that is the indigenous people on Taiwan today have that heritage. The modern Taiwanese are trying to identify with this Indo-Pacific identity and think of themselves more as Polynesian along the lines of Hawaii. And so Taiwanese identity is changing. And since mainland identity is communized, in a very real sense, historical China is dead. It is like Rome, Roma, an ideal, and will forever inspire us all, inspire all humanity. But China as a historical entity, we may never see its like again. So we'll see what happens in the future, but I gamble on a two-China policy. And always remember that the Taiwanese and the Chinese are pan-Sinitic. They are both Sinitic cultures, as are the Vietnamese, but they are culturally so different that I foresee them in the future as speciating, literally becoming different species like other elements of the human race, as I foresee happening. Now, all of that having been said, Fortress Japan has sent long-range missile equipment to Kumamoto Prefecture and other advanced systems to its far-flung southwestern islands. Aero defense systems will also be dispatched to Yonaguni Island. That is the site of the ancient Proto-Japanese culture, 110 kilometers east of my Taiwan. By fiscal 2030, these will be deployed in hard-cased bunkering to protect them from potential nuclear attack. My Taiwan's domestic drone industry is evolving from a largely experimental sector into a burgeoning supplier of that technology, even delivering systems to the Ukraine. From logistical hurdles to budgetary issues, my Taiwan's ambitious homegrown submarine project is facing a series of challenges that could determine its ultimate fate. As the centralized single-party state capitalist China on the mainland steps up its maritime exercises around my Taiwan, Zhonghua Dao, Island China's Coast Guard is training closely with the military and ramping up cooperation with our American, Japanese, and Philippine counterparts. CHICOM military flights near Taiwan resumed on the 7th day in March, after a mysterious week-long absence, the longest stint since Taipei started releasing regular updates on Beijing's activities around Dakwa Zhonghua, or island nation China. And there's the looming mega-war in the Horn of Africa, my old mercenary stomping grounds. As the eyes of the world remain glued on the ongoing war in the Middle East, a different conflict, one of the world's deadliest, continues to metastasize. The brutal 3-year civil war in the Sudan. The latest twist there came just a few days after Israel and its puppet American States in Union launched their opening salvo of aerostrikes against Iran. On March 2nd, the Sudan's military-led government issued a statement accusing neighboring Ethiopia of hostile acts, noting that drone strikes had been launched from Ethiopian territory against targets in the Sudan. Indeed, there is mounting evidence that Addis Ababa has been lending support to the paramilitary rapid support forces, which are battling the Sudan's army for control of the country. Last month, a Reuters investigation found that Ethiopia is hosting a secret training camp for thousands of RSF fighters, pouring fuel onto what is already one of the world's deadliest conflagrations. The camp is allegedly located in northwestern Ethiopia, just across the border from the Sudan's Blue Nile province, where militiamen are already battling the Sudanese army. Now, north of the Mediterranean, there has always been a knockabout relationship between the United States and Royal Navies, but last week, President Trump took the gloves off, dismissing the Royal Navy's aircraft carriers as mere toys compared to United States carriers. The British documentary maker and author Chris Terrell whose book titled How to Build an Aircraft Carrier tells the story behind the HMS Queen Elizabeth, saying Trump couldn't be more wrong. The United States president not only missed the point, but missed several at that: technical, strategic, tactical, and not least, diplomatic. But Donald Trump wants to break up with America's European allies, and his war in Iran is helping him do it. As Iran keeps the Strait of Hormuz locked down, it's borrowing from Ukraine's playbook. Now, with that in mind, let's take a look at who's on call. We're left alone by Brendan Zoget. Everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. Now, after President Trump backed off his threat to obliterate Iran's energy infrastructure if it refused to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, the vital shipping lane remains effectively closed to vessels not granted explicit permission by Tehran. As Israel's 50 American suzerain states in union weigh how to get oil and other critical supplies moving through the strait again, there's a growing question. Even with thousands more United States forces heading for the region, can any military force do the job? The 4-year war still raging in the Ukraine suggests the answer may be no. When Russia launched its full-scale invasion in 2022, the Ukraine's military presence on the Black Sea was dwarfed by Russia's, but Kiev managed to push back one of the world's most powerful fleets. Using exploding sea and aerial drones and missiles launched from land, Ukrainian forces have damaged or destroyed numerous Russian ships and forced others away from Dietrich, that would be Die Deutschen Sprech or the German speak, for literally Meisterschlüssel or master key areas in the sea. In April of 2022, Ukraine sank the flagship of the Russian Empire's formidable Black Sea fleet, the missile cruiser Moskva, using Ukrainian-made missiles. Since then, Ukraine has launched a number of devastating attacks on Russian ships, often using much cheaper drones. Yaroslav Trofimov, a Ukrainian-Italian author, Middle East expert, and chief foreign affairs correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, told CBS News, Ukraine doesn't really have a navy. Nonetheless, he said, Ukraine has been able to prevent the Russian Black Sea fleet from even entering the western half of the Black Sea. And Ukraine's disruption of Russian activity has not stopped at its warships. According to United Nations data, Moskva's grain exports fell by more than half at one point, as its ports on the Black Sea were effectively shut down for months. Ukraine did not take control of the Black Sea, but it made parts of it too dangerous for Russia to even use. President Trump has said repeatedly that Iran's navy is gone, destroyed in the war, but Iran appears to be taking a page right out of Ukraine's playbook when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. Even before the current conflict, United States military officials had acknowledged what the war in the Persian Gulf has made painfully clear. In modern asymmetrical warfare, large, expensive ships can be big targets for cheap, unmanned weapons. Or, as Trofimov, who covered the Ukrainian war extensively, put it as he spoke with CBS News in his current home in Dubai, modern naval warfare is increasingly dominated by unmanned systems. Iran is learning lessons of the war in Ukraine very carefully. Those systems include small drones that can be difficult to intercept digitally or with conventional weapons. To quoteist Trofimov, they don't have a huge warhead, but it's big enough to blind a ship. In past conflicts, including the tanker war of 1987 to 1988, when Iran laid sea mines to block traffic, the United States Navy escorted carriers through the Persian Gulf. That might not work today. Trofimov, telling CBS News, physically going along with tankers is not really that useful if you're dealing with drones. A drone is just a flying mine. The United States has not yet attempted to escort any ships through the Strait of Hormuz during this current conflict. In the meantime, Iran has floated demands that would effectively give it full control over the strait, turning it into a private toll booth for the Islamic Republic regime, something the American empire and our Gulf allies are unlikely to accept. Secret codes. Yuan fees. Get ships past Iran's toll booth. Vessels wanting to transit the Strait of Hormuz need to be from friendly countries, and some have to pay fees in Commu Chinese currency or crypto before being escorted through. The Black Sea and the Strait of Hormuz are very different bodies of water, but the pattern is starting to look familiar. A vastly outgunned power using cheap tools and asymmetric tactics to thwart and frustrate a much better equipped adversary, and not even needing to win outright, but just raise the risk level of any movement in the war zone. Israel and its puppet United States say they've struck more than 20,000 Iranian targets since this war began, and in narrow military terms, Iran appears to be losing. But as the strait's closure keeps global fuel prices elevated, it's having a ripple effect, pushing up the cost of consumer goods around the world, and Iran appears to be winning economically. Iran is putting a toll booth in the Strait of Hormuz. Some ships are getting through, those that pay and those that play. Europe cannot sit out the Iran war. The war will reshape Europe's security, economy, and relationship with the American empire, whether the superpeninsular subcontinent engages or not. This brings us to Marco's Mission G7. Foreign ministers met in France over a week span of time ago. The United States Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was expected to urge European and Asian allies to help open the Strait of Hormuz. The question for Europe in Iran is not whether to get involved, but how. The Greenland crisis taught Europe to push back against Washington. In Iran, it must learn how to engage without falling in line. Now, the United States has gone to war with Iran without consulting Europe. Yet President Donald Trump and his maladministration have sought to deflect blame for a faltering campaign by lashing out at NATO and accusing European leaders of shirking their alliance responsibilities by refusing to offer support. The charge does not hold. NATO imposes no obligation to back a war of choice, and Europe lacks any realistic means of reopening the Strait of Hormuz by force while hostilities continue. At the same time, Europe cannot afford to stand aside. The war is already reshaping its security and economic outlook. Within days of Israeli-orchestrated American strikes, an Iranian drone hit a United Kingdom Royal Air Force base in Cyprus, prompting coordinated European deployments. NATO intercepting missiles over Turkey, while European officials warned of rising terrorism risks and renewed refugee pressures. Disruptions to the Strait of Hormuz have raised the prospect of fuel shortages and rising costs across sectors from agriculture to aviation. Inflation has climbed to 2.5%. Growth forecasts are being revised downward across Europe, and interest rates might be driven up. Slower growth, higher prices, and mounting migration, perhaps mass migration pressures. Mass migratory pressures together with inevitable costs already articulated risk fueling political instability across the superpeninsular subcontinent. Europe's response to the American empire in the Iran War is informed by the lessons European officials took from the Grönland crises earlier this year. Grönland, after a year of failed accommodation, European leaders discovered that unity and credible pressure could shift Washington's calculus. In Iran, after initial hesitation, governments have hardened their stance, criticized the American imperial campaign, and begun to withhold support. The question now is whether they can sustain that unity under pressure and engage in the conflict on their own terms, without drifting into alignment with an American imperial-led war. Their credibility is on the line, both at home and abroad. Now, we all should remember how Europe learned to push back. The Euro-American clash over the war in Iran is the second major crisis in the transatlantic relationship this year. Only 3 months ago, Trump threatened to take Grönland by force. European governments initially offered far-reaching concessions, but accommodation did not succeed in getting the president to moderate his claims. In response, for the first time since Trump took office in 2025, European policymakers began discussing their own leverage in earnest. They arrived in Washington as a united front, warning lawmakers that the president was putting NATO at risk, while in Brussels, officials examined retaliatory tools, including tariffs and the European Union's anti-coercion trade instrument. The political and market backlash that followed clarified the costs of confronting Europe and helped to force a retreat in the White House. While Washington swiftly moved on to other things, Europe felt an overwhelming sense that things had changed. Washington had crossed a red line. Europeans had held firm and won. When, only weeks later, the United States first launched the war against Iran, it took European leaders a few days to arrive at a joint assessment of what they were witnessing. While some were quick to condemn the strikes, others initially struck a more cautious tone. Many countries in Europe have a long history of aligning themselves with American imperial strategic thinking. In 2025, European governments tried for months to engage with spurious American arguments regarding the strategic importance of Grönland for American national security objectives. But as the lack of American planning and strategic objectives for its war with Iran became clear, positions hardened. European governments across the superpeninsular subcontinent are now, well, by now they've all criticized the American imperial attacks and insisted that this is not our war. Symbolic of this change in mindset, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, the Trump whisperer-in-chief for the first year of the maladministration, was widely rebuked for his attempt to mollify the American president by implicating NATO in the war. The crises over Grönland clarified both the scope and the limits of European leverage with Washington. Europeans had limited military sway. They prevailed only when the confrontation shifted toward the risk of an economic standoff, and American domestic attitudes, or audiences, understood the stakes. Similarly, in the Iran war, European officials can Well, Euro officials can attempt to put pressure on the Trump maladministration by making the costs of escalation visible to American domestic audiences, and ergo, change mass attitudes. They can highlight the war's economic consequences in the form of higher energy prices, inflationary pressure, and market instability. They should also make clear the political consequences for American credibility and power of a war that is widely condemned. And they should make their strategic case against the war itself. Most European leaders do not believe that striking Iran will result in destroying the country's nuclear program. By the way, we have an incoming link from our dear friend, the Real Tech Geek. Let me check it out. And I believe he put that in the private messages. And here we go. Let me see if I can... Oh, here we are. He put in a number of them. Well, let's take a look at these. Thank you, Real Tech Geek. So one of them is, here we are, The Great Retreat. Beijing's digital currency ambitions are faltering. Well, perhaps they're finally hitting reality. That's a good thing all around. Let me heart that. Taiwan opposition leader arrives in China on what she calls a journey to peace. The Taiwan opposition leader Cheng Li-wun has arrived in China at the invitation of the Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping himself, in what she's calling a journey for peace, as Beijing pushes for my self-governed island to concede ourselves to CHICOM domination. She's a traitress, and so goes her party. The nationalists are now the communists in Taiwan. This is sad, and it's disgusting. And like everywhere else, Taiwan faces the potential for our own civil war. Now, here's Trump going back off on Greenland again. Poorly run. Piece of ice. Trump targets Greenland again as Iran war deepens the NATO rift. Trump has set his eyes on Greenland again while venting frustration at NATO as the diplomatic fallout from Iran war exposed rifts in the security alliance. Well, I'll be damned. Well, there we go. A time bomb ticking to explosion time. Ticking to detonation, I should say. Now, all these links are from The Real Tech Geek. Thank you so much. And so let's thank him. Thanks so very much. Okay, at Real Tech Geek. There we go. And give him a proper acknowledgement here. And there we go. Now back to the task at hand, the ongoing narrative for the night. Checking into live stream, and our numbers are good. Now, in the military domain, European governments' leverage is limited. The United States relies on Europe's military bases and logistical hubs, and the drone defense expertise won in the Ukrainian war is now crucial to protect against Iranian attacks. Europeans can withhold operational support, which they are currently still providing, and link any cooperation to clear demands for restraint. A growing number of European countries are already refusing to open their aerospace to the United States operations or grant access to bases on their territory. European leaders have also held a common line on the Strait of Hormuz, declining to take on a role in securing maritime routes while the conflict continues. At the same time, they are preparing for the next phase. Led by France and the United Kingdom, European governments are working to assemble a coalition that could reopen the strait once hostilities de-escalate. Planning this operation without the United States allows Europe to define the terms of its engagement more clearly. But the real pivot here is the center of all Europe, my fatherland, United Germany. Think of the fact that all American attacks on Southwest Asia, all the greater Middle East, are based out of Europe. Think then of Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, closing those bases off to American aggression. Think of Rhine-Main, Wiesbaden, New Amsterdam, Hahn, Bitburg, Sprangdahlem, Remstein, Sembach, and Zweibrücken air bases, all built with American dollars, with the German flag flying over them now, and the German Luftwaffe controlling their skies. America would cease to be a superpower at all. It would be Großdeutschland that dominates the skies. This would be the new Kaiserreich. In deploying its leverage, Europe must not be intimidated by Trump's threats. Trump and others in his maladministration have lashed out against NATO, suggesting the United States could withdraw from the alliance. The president has called NATO a paper tiger and one-way street. The United States Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has matched Trump's aggressive tone, describing Europeans as ungrateful and warning it might be time for them to start learning how to fight on their own. Talk about the lamb teaching the wolf how to bite. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the United States would have to re-examine the value of NATO for our country. The United States still holds the upper hand in any standoff with Europe, given its crucial role in NATO and support for Ukraine, but the misactions of the Trump maladministration point in another direction. After over a year in power, American imperial force posture in Europe remains largely unchanged, reflecting enduring military interests. Congress is still broadly supportive of NATO membership. Withdrawing great numbers of troops from Europe is a bureaucratic challenge and an uphill battle for the United States defense policy apparatus, which is distracted and hollowed out. Moreover, Trump appears to value the leverage that threatening NATO provides and is reluctant to surrender it through withdrawal. After repeated threats to NATO and personal attacks on European leaders, first over Greenland and now in the context of the Iran war, a sense of fatigue has set in across European capitals. There are no guarantees. The president is erratic and not bound by any clear sense of American imperial national interest. Europeans will never be able to trust this maladministration's commitment to NATO, and the constant threats hollow out any sense of alliance solidarity. But the United States depends on Europe even as it pressures it, and leaving the alliance would be harder than some initially thought. That interdependence does not eliminate risk, but it does give Europe some room to maneuver. European leaders will be able to use that room only if they stay united, at least in public. Sustaining this unity will be difficult because underlying disagreements, especially over Europe's relationship with the Gulf countries and how far to deepen defense commitments there, are likely to resurface once immediate pressures ease. But European officials must be careful not to show these divisions when dealing with the United States, in order not to weaken their hand. And as the Trump maladministration increasingly maneuvers to single out individual governments, such as threatening an embargo on España after it refused to let the United States abuse its bases, their European neighbors must show unconditional solidarity in the face of the bully across the Atlantic. So far, so good. The war has already led to a rapprochement between Brexit Britain and European Union. It shows us how Europe should move forward. Greenland showed that Europe can shift Washington's calculus when it acts in concert and makes the costs of escalation unmistakable. That muscle memory has, for now, helped European governments hold the line in the early weeks of the Iran war. The harder phase lies ahead. Leaders will feel the pull to de-escalate tensions with Trump and revert to business as usual. In doing so, they risk convincing themselves that the outcome in Iran is not their responsibility to shape. Arguments are gathering force. In parts of the Gulf, Washington, and Israel überall, that only a sustained campaign of strikes can deter a nuclear rising Iran. Europe should challenge that logic. A strategy built around continued escalation would implicate Europeans in a war not of their choosing, with uncertain ends and significant regional spillovers. Going forward, European leaders should engage, but on their own terms. They should define red lines and coordinate pressure while resisting alignment with an American imperial-led military approach that they neither control nor fully support. Their audiences extend beyond the United States president to the international community, European voters, and the wider American foreign policy establishment. First, the international community is watching how Europe responds in this moment. At the height of the Greenland crisis, the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney used the World Economic Forum's Davos Summit to urge middle powers to sustain a rules-based order without the United States. Many European countries at the time emphatically agreed. Those calls will ring hollow, however, if Europe fails to act on them now. In Greenland, European officials effectively drew a single red line: territorial integrity. In Iran, they need to demonstrate that their commitment to international law applies beyond Europe's borders. Europe must become a world power again. A power on the world stage. A moral power. A moral superpower. Recent precedent having raised doubts. When American forces intervened in Venezuela, European governments did not mount sustained pushback in multilateral forums and made no meaningful attempt to constrain American imperial misbehavior. The United States and Europe have repeatedly called on others to condemn illegal wars and uphold international norms, for instance, by mobilizing the United Nations General Assembly in defense of Ukraine. Governments around the world will note who speaks out now and who remains silent. Silence signals that Europe has abandoned the current system at the moment it is being tested. This seriously damages its credibility on the global stage. Many European leaders have already condemned the war as illegal. They must now urgently speak up against Trump's threat to commit war crimes in Iran and deploy all the leverage they have to stop him, including trying him at The Hague as an international war criminal and putting out a warrant for his arrest, as they have for Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu. He would be the third criminal in the Trinity, the unholy Trinity of genocidals. Second, European voters are watching closely. European leaders must distance themselves from American imperial military misadventurism in the eyes of their publics if they want to sustain support for Europe's defense efforts. Over the past year, European governments have built a fragile domestic consensus around higher defense spending. That consensus rests on a clear argument. Europe must respond to Russian aggression and hedge against American imperial unpredictability. It is a difficult case, but it has held. It becomes harder to sustain if rearmament is tied to conflicts that the public sees as unnecessary or destabilizing. And those defense resources will be needed now more than ever, as the Pentagon is considering diverting military resources and materials, equipment intended for Ukraine, to the Iran war, even as Kiev faces acute shortages of critical systems such as Patriot aero defenses. Europe must find the money to fill those gaps. Europe's militaries will eventually need to engage in the Strait of Hormuz itself. Once active fighting subsides, they will need to contribute to freedom of navigation efforts to protect their own shipping interests. But they must carefully separate their own defense priorities and objectives from those of the American imperial maladministration, both in substance and in perception. Otherwise, they risk losing the public support on which their rearmament ultimately depends. Third, are United States political elites. The American elites. The all-powerful Israel lobby. Europe often underestimates how closely Washington's foreign policy establishment watches its behavior, well beyond the president's inner circle. Over the first year of Trump's second midterm, European leaders showed how far they could be pushed. Tariff threats and hints at withdrawing American imperial security guarantees extracted concessions that years of careful consultation between allies had failed to secure, including higher defense spending. Democrats and Republicans from previous administrations have taken note. What Europeans framed as tactical realism read in Washington as acquiescence. Europe should now act to ensure that this does not become the enduring lesson. In any relationship, once respect erodes, it is difficult to restore. This matters because Trump will not be the last president European leaders have to deal with. At some point, his successor will want to negotiate a new transatlantic bargain, and it will not resemble the one Europeans have known. As the old guard of transatlanticists fade, the new alliance will be more interest-based and less sentimental. The United States officials, who will shape that bargain, regardless of whether the next president is Republican or Democrat, are forming their expectations of Europe now. European diplomats still have time to reshape their image in Washington as an economically and politically powerful bloc. Ultimately, a military superpower. It is in this context as well that their response to this war matters. Europe cannot sit this one out. This war will shape its security, its economy, and its relationship with the American empire, whether it engages or not. The question is not whether Europe gets involved, but how. If it stays united, uses its leverage, and acts on its own terms, it can attempt to shape the course of this conflict and world history, while maintaining credibility with international partners and sustaining support at home. If it drifts, accommodates, or fractures, it will not only reinforce the wrong lesson in Washington, it will also erode its credibility on the world stage and weaken the fragile domestic consensus behind Europe's defense efforts. Now, let's take a look at live streaming. Douglas Marks says, "Hey, team leader, I hope all is well. I live in Miami, Florida. I saw a peacock, and I thought of you, Mr. Peacock Angel." Well, Goddess bless you, young man. Thank you so very much. Here we are. So let's thank our dear man. Thanks so very much. Yeah. Okay. At Douglas Marks. There we go. And okay, here we are. This always there we are. And okay, push this up forward a little bit more to an apropos emoji. There we go. Well, that's a wonderful note on which to end tonight's transmission. We'll be back on Sunday night, hitting it all again, and we're going to, yeah, just lay it out like it is and provide you the analyses and advisements that you need for a better world and a better future. A tomorrow fit for all of us, human or otherwise. All right, with that in mind, my love to all who support me, and by God, I need your support. We need to raise $300 this month at least. Probably $350 to $400 would be better, or I won't be making rent. Okay, with that, we see if Aristides is awake and able to interlink. If not, it's on screen. Make certain that you contribute, and if you cannot contribute, you must distribute. And a nice thumbs up from the Rio Tech Geek. I'll read his return response. You're welcome. Yes. Well, most blessed be. There we are. And, okay. There we go. And, with that, a little something extra. Okay. Everyone. Remember. Spread the word. It's your war. You've got to fight it. And the only way I can lead you to victory is with your financial support. Wars take money, and I need yours. It's that simple. You have to give, or we're all gonna fall together. Aristides, my dear man, you seem to be alert. Let's bring you on for some last words while I try and regain my voice. So let's see. Dear Aristides, let's see if he comes off mute. He's entered the links. He must be mobile, must be awake. He didn't do that in his sleep. Okay, dear Aristides. Let's see. He entered the links. Thank you so much.
Please contribute to Douglas at the link. Give him some money, please. He needs it very much right now. This month especially.
Yes, bless you. That was beautiful. Say good morning. There we are. Oh my God, then he ended the call. Oh my fucking God. Then he hung up. Oh, well, that was cute. All right, everybody, you heard the man. Time to put yourself to task. With that, my love to all who support me morally as well as fiscally. And we're going to return. Same dragon time, same dragon channel. Dietrich being the Teuto-Slavonic for dragon. Same dragon time in both the Asian and Europeic senses. Same dragon time, or Dietrich time, in Sunday at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. All right, everyone. Be there and bring a friend or an enemy that might need the information more.